Hey guys, I'm not sure if this is number 14 or 15, so I went ahead and put number 15. You know, time flies when you're having fun, right? We have a sub from the UK who wants us to do a UK-friendly live chat. And I'm not sure if this is UK-friendly or not, but I think it's probably more UK-friendly than 10 o'clock at night. So here we are. And I think it'd be really good for us to talk about the honey badger thing that they're making those silly videos about. Don't you think it's interesting? You know, they're doing the fine-tooth comb thing, right? Over every word we've said over the last 2.5 years. Don't you think it's interesting that we're on either 14 or 15? I'm not sure which. Literally hours and hours and hours of talking, right? And they have found one thing out of how many hours? One statement that they're taking an issue with. You know what that means? That means there are hours and hours and hours of our opinions on the case of Christopher Watts that they haven't been able to take issue with, which is kind of interesting. Hey, Nina. Nina says, hi, so glad to be here. Jackie says, hello. On the Lake says, hi, all. Alternate juror, yay, I made it. Irene says, hello. PJ says, hi. Alternate juror, why they even watching what we do? That is a really good question, isn't it? They obviously don't like what they see, don't like what they hear, so why are they watching? Well, I think we all know the answer. They're obviously not here to discuss the case. Whoever created that video could have hopped right up on the panel and could have discussed whatever it was their problem was, right? With whatever it was that Honey Badger said. They could have hopped right up on the panel and discussed it. Nope. Got to run off and make a video. And then, let's be real, they wanted the video so that way they have the comment threads full of their BS with all their fake accounts. Talk about hate-filled comment threads. Wow. Amy says, what are they doing to Honey Badger? Well, Honey Badger made a comment in one of the previous videos about the location of where the survey, whatever it is, was at. And they made a video saying that that wasn't the right location or the same location. So that was their little, I guess, attempt to try to discredit Honey Badger, which is a joke, because if you've been listening to Honey Badger, as far as I can tell, she knows more about this case than probably anybody who's on YouTube talking about it. I know she knows a heck of a lot more than I do about the case. They're saying things like, you should go real life, you know, stuff like that. It's like, really? They've been going real life for 2.5 years. Miss C.D. Isaacs says, under my electric blanket listening to my fave. That might be too much information for the doxers, you know. I'm teasing. Alternate juror says they need to stop with their threats. I think, quite frankly, after watching this crap unfold over the last 2.5 years, I think they might have a few new people that they've recruited because they're using the exact same tactics that they've used all along. Somebody posted a really crappy comment on the channel this morning, and it was really crappy. It was just like one stupid thing after another, and buried right in the middle of it was this statement, and you can't even say her name. That's obviously somebody who's newer to the discussion, right? But they're running with it. You can't even say her name. I think they like rotate people or something. I don't know. Or people get burned out. I mean, I don't know. Have you guys seen Alice Cooper's channel today? Did you see it today? Talk about burned out. Somebody is having a major meltdown. But I didn't see any tears. I didn't watch it that long, so maybe there were tears later on. But I didn't see any tears with all that crying going on. I don't know. I don't know about you guys, but usually I think when people cry, they have tears, right? She's got the sound effects down really well. Shenanigan Maker says, hey, Mensa'S. Did you notice that too? I don't want to be harsh if somebody's truly upset, which I doubt she is, but it pretty much brings tears, right? Crying cause someone calls you boring. Right. Yeah, that's another good point in all of it. I noticed that the subs or whatever, they're all up there going, oh, we love you. You're wonderful. Oh, you're so wonderful. We love you. Wouldn't it be nice if one of them had the guts to say, you know what was said in that other chat was the truth. You are judgmental. You are harsh. It's your way or the highway. You don't allow other opinions. Wouldn't it be nice if one of them had the guts to tell her the truth? They're not doing her any favors. I'll tell you that right now. And even with a whole apology thing, they've got one person on the hot seat and she's sitting there going, well, yeah, that's not what I meant. If that's what I said, well, it's not what I meant, blah, 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 blah. And, well, that's what it felt like. That's what I heard. Come on. This is like, I don't know, this is like when a couple of third graders get in a tiff with each other and they're going round and round, right? She needs to turn to her real family, her husband and other children who she ignores. Well, if she really stayed up crying all night, or I don't know, at one point she said that she almost vomited, and then at another point she said she was vomiting. So I'm not quite sure how it is that you could say both of those things in the same few minutes, but let's just say she was either thinking about vomiting, almost vomiting, or she was vomiting, depending on, which story you want to believe. If that's the case, if she's ready to vomit over YouTube, maybe she needs a break. Just saying, maybe she needs a break. Cooter, our favorite square, is here. And Cooter says, hey, y'all. And Shenanigan Maker says, hey, Cootsy. I don't think it was recently. Oh, wait, I slept on the next one. Shenanigan Makers, I don't think it was recently. I think it was like a year ago or so, right? Which is recently, of course. I mean, in the big scheme of things, but I mean, it wasn't like a couple weeks ago or anything. Cooter, you're popular in this chat. Everyone's saying hi to you. Did you guys know Cooter is a square? So I don't know. I was just going to say, I think Honey Badger, I know, is busy because I know when we talked about when our next one was, and then I looked up and I see Honey Badger. Hold on. Honey Badger, are we talking about the Rambling Mama? Honey Badger, do you mind coming up and telling us, I hope you don't mind. I don't mean to put you on the spot at all. And definitely you don't have to do this. I'm not trying to put you on the public, whatever of, I mean, would you mind explaining that whole Longmont thing in that stupid video? And I don't mean our videos are stupid, but I don't know if you've seen it yet. There's a video that a little pack of wingnuts made. I just put the link up if you want to hop up and talk. They did a video saying that you got it wrong about the Longmont thing. And then I did a video in response to their response video, pretty much pointing out that this is ridiculous. Hopefully Honey Badger saw the rambling mama is what she called her. Cooter Brown says, why is she always eating food live? Makes me very hungry. On the Lake says, don't forget the crafts. Irene says, hey, Honey Badger. I hate to put Honey Badger on the spot like that, but it'd be really nice to talk with her about it and ask her questions. You know what also really bugs me about it is they're saying that people should go real life and that they think NA should sue us and all that crap, right? Sue us for what? This is a true crime case. This is a true crime case that was in the headline news. This is a true crime case with one issue after another that we should be discussing. Issues of public concern. We have the right to discuss this case, and we have the right to have our own opinions on this case, too. They can have their opinions about the case, right? They all think NK did it. They can say that till the cows come home. But who? What if you don't agree that NK had anything to do with it? Then watch out. Hey, Honey Badger.
Hey, what's going on?
I'm sorry to put you on the spot like that. Do you mind? Would you
Oh,
mind?
no, not at all. I haven't seen the video, though. I seen your video, but I haven't seen that video in particular.
Okay, they put like a little map up and they show, I mean, I don't know if they're using a wide lens or whatever, but they show Longmont to the left and then the house in the middle, and then they show whatever it is off to the right, the Rogan or something.
Okay, well, there's like confusion around the whole job site thing. Like initially when we had looked that up, all we were able to find were the GPS coordinates. There's no actual like address, and they never actually said where it was. Like if you look at like media coverage and articles about it, that's always been kind of left out. So the only time I've ever seen anybody actually pinpoint where it was through web sleuths online.
Okay.
I mean, if I'm wrong about the location, I could be wrong. I know he used to work at Longmont, so maybe I made a mistake. I mean, if I made a mistake, I apologize, but I'm trying to figure out what happened between 2 o'clock and 12 o'clock. So I thought, we're investigating.
Well, and
So
the thing that I think about this whole thing is you have the right to your opinion of wherever you think whatever car was in this case.
right, and maybe I should state that every time I open my mouth that it's my opinion.
Well, and I want to point out something too that I said before I saw you in the chat. I don't know if we're on 14 or 15. I guess this is 15. It's one or the other. Okay, look at how many hours we've been talking and how many of us have been talking. We've had a lot of different people with a lot of different information and opinions. And you know damn well that the scumbag attackers are watching every second, right?
Of course they are.
They have to have something for their content, right? So no doubt they have been searching through, every single live chat going, oh, that won't work. We can't really say that. Well, ooh, we can't do this. Well, ooh, we can't do that, right? Finally, what was it, like mini marathon number 13 or 12 or something? I don't even know when it was. Finally, they're probably all jumping up and down going, ha, 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 we can put a map in, we can call her a liar. You know, if it took them 13 or however many
Yeah, to find something
to
to
find one
dispute.
thing, yeah, one thing that is so irrelevant to irrelevant to anything, I guess, because it obviously doesn't go along with the NK did it all routine, right? You know what I mean?
Well, I guess it's okay to go around and talk about how NK supposedly did a search on Shanann in 2017 when we all know that the woman, Amanda Purcell, who actually typed the data into that report, stated that she made a typo. So it makes sense that or what's her name, NK, would look up Shanann in September of 2018, but they don't seem to acknowledge that or admit that that's even a possibility.
Right. And the whole NK thing was already debunked in 2018, yet that's all they spend their
That's
time
all
on
they
is
got
trying.
though. They got the damn pings and the search. That's what they're hanging their hat on. There's all this other evidence that implicates that other people were there, but let's just ignore that.
Right. So they can call NK a murderer. They can call NK's friend Jim some kind of whatever. They can call, well, let's be real. They can call Miss Mensa, what was it? I was married, I think, 28 times or 36 times or something like that. They can say that Cindy Watts sexually abused her son, right?
Well, these people go real life. Like,
Exactly.
in what world is that okay?
It
Like,
isn't
where
okay.
is that okay? And then they're threatening to go after me, to go real life to sue me. Go ahead. Try to figure out who I am. Go right
Well,
ahead.
the bottom line
Maybe
is,
if they didn't, maybe if they wouldn't have lied, we wouldn't have such a hard time trying to figure out what happened.
well, and the thing is, sue you for what? For having an opinion
Exactly.
on a case? It's a true
Exactly.
crime case. And the idea that they can spend 2.5 years lying about all sorts of people who have nothing at all to do with the case, right? They can pull all their crap for 2.5 years and then they want to go, oh yeah, I'd go real life. And I don't know, oh, if you haven't seen the video, you don't know this then. In the comment threads, or wait, you saw my video, so you probably know this.
Yeah, I've
In the
seen your video.
in the comment threads, they're saying that you sound like Plunder.
Oh my God.
You know,
Well,
and they
good
just
luck. Good luck. I hope they don't go harassing innocent people thinking it's me. Oh, and just so they know, there's like 47 other honey badgers on YouTube. So it would probably be smart not to go and harass every honey badger that you find because you're not going to find me, you assholes. This ain't my first, come on.
I was just gonna say, oh, you're keeping it clean, huh?
Yeah, keeping it clean. Well, maybe Nicole Atkinson can get a panel and clarify for us what time that was that she left out to the job site. Because we seem to have a confusion about that. Oh, that's just my opinion, and those are my words.
I think maybe we should type out just my opinion and like wrap it around your avatar or something.
Fuck
Just
all
my
these people.
opinion.
Fuck them. Fuck these shiners. Fuck Sandy. And fuck anybody who was involved. I didn't commit a crime. You're not going to do this shit and put this stuff out into the world and then treat people the way that you do and traumatize people, attack people, and lie to people and then tell them to keep their fucking mouth shut. Not going to happen. Some of us don't give a fuck. Excuse my language.
As soon as you said that, I looked down at the backstage thing. Guess who's backstage right now?
Is it Nicole Atkinson?
No, no, that would be wonderful if we could interview Nicole Atkinson. No, it's Justice 100 for the win.
Oh, God. Bring him on. Let's go.
Hey, Justice, can you hear me? He had two open, so maybe he has one open for the person who hired him and then one open for here. I don't know.
Anybody who was involved. I didn't commit a crime. You're not going to do this shit and put this stuff out into the world and then treat people the way that you do and
Interesting.
people,
Isn't that
people,
interesting?
and lie to people.
Do you hear that?
What did he do? He just replayed what we just said?
Yeah, that was what you were saying. Like,
Well, good. I hope they make a video about it. Fuck all of you. How about that? Fuck all of you. Maybe you shouldn't have did what you did.
so why would it have been that much of a time lapse? He was recording it.
Good. Let him record it.
Justice 100 for the win. Hey, Justice,
Hi. Hi.
are you recording
Can you
the?
hear me?
Are you recording the live
Yeah,
chat?
we can hear you just
Can
fine.
you hear me?
Hey, Justice, can you hear me? Yeah, we
No,
heard you
I
recording the
can't.
live chat.
I'm not muted. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. You been drinking
Oh,
again?
God.
Huh?
Okay, just give me a chance, please. Please give me a chance. Because I can hear background noise.
Put your
Well, I
headphones in.
Yeah, I think you were recording the live chat, so you might have to turn that off first.
Hang on.
What did he do? He just replayed what we just said?
No. There you are. Hang on. It's stopped now. You can't hear anything else now, can you?
We can hear your voice.
Hello?
Can you hear our voices?
These fucking people, my God.
Hello?
Justice, can you hear us or not?
Hello?
Evidently not.
Just
There
let
we
him
go.
embarrass himself.
No, I just want to get on and speak. Hello?
Well, then
Okay,
speak.
Hello?
Jesus, fuck, man, you're
Hello?
on.
Hello?
Justice,
I
can
don't
you
want
hear
to
us or not?
record it. Can you hear me? Yeah?
Evidently you can't hear
No.
us. Can you hear me?
No, but I've got one hell of a lag for some reason.
If you couldn't hear me, then how on earth did you
Turn
answer
down
the
your.
question?
I'm not
I said, can you hear me?
recording
You said
anything. I
no.
wouldn't know how to.
Okay, well, just get on with it. You can obviously hear us, so just get on with
No.
what you need to say.
Which window should I close?
I don't think he's kidding. I think he's struggling. Justice, why don't you go ahead and just talk? We can hear you. Say what you want to say.
Yeah, just say what you need to
No,
say,
hang
man.
on. Let me just close this one and see if you can hear me on the other one.
I am giving you the count of three, bud, because we've already given you a too
Can
long.
you hear me now?
1,
We've heard you this whole time.
3. Okay,
Just
Justice, are
speak.
you ready?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Justice, talk.
No.
No, I guess not. Bye-bye, Justice.
Oh my
Okay.
God.
I know it. I know. I think he's probably taking directions, though. You know.
Well, where are they hiring these people?
Yeah,
Where the fuck are they finding these people? Scraping the bottom of the barrel these days, aren't they?
Well, you know, I told you how right from the start I keep saying they need to hire a better writer because their writer cannot write, cannot spell. I agree with you, very Vanessa.
I mean, all of this is ridiculous. Like people, these people should not be doing what they're doing online. This case is out in the open. They put all the evidence out. They are the ones who lied. They are the ones who hid things. They are the ones who probably railroaded somebody and put them in jail. So I guess that's okay, right? I guess that's okay. As long as nobody finds out what they did, that's okay, right?
Oh, and it's okay to target people. It's okay to target people in the true crime community to try to frighten people into silence.
Right. Worried about a dead broad, but we can ruin real people's lives who are alive, who actually have jobs and have things going on. Let's just fuck them.
Right.
Who cares?
Exactly. Park right outside on the street, right by their houses.
Screw that there's dead kids involved, right? Because I mean, what the fuck? What is the point of all this? We're supposed to discuss these things. We're supposed to analyze these things. This is the society we live in. And then even the court system. If this is the way that the court system is going, if this is what they're doing to people, then all you people better be fucking scared as shit because this could happen to anybody. This is not the shit that we want going on in this country. So it's either a problem with our justice system or it's a problem with the culture and society in general. And it needs to be discussed. And people like the Ruseks and whoever else are not going to stop the discussion. You can attack people, you control people, you can do all the shit you want to do, but it ain't going to stop the ball from rolling because the cat's already out of the fucking bag. I'm so sick of it. Like, I don't care. I'm not gonna watch my P's and Q's for these people. I have no respect for these people. I don't have to worship these people or believe what they say. They're liars. They've done nothing but lie.
Miss CD says that the CK has already stated she's going to be sticking up for NA from these channels.
Well, CK can go fuck herself too. How about that?
Cooter Brown says, why can't we be critical of a person when living? We are critical of people from history.
You know, just because somebody dies doesn't make them a saint. And it doesn't give their family a fucking get out of jail free card for being assholes. Fucking threaten me. Good luck with that shit.
I just deleted or blocked someone who made a really weird statement.
Oh, what else is new?
You know what?
I mean, if these people want to go, why aren't these people calling in? If they want to dispute this stuff, if they want to discuss the evidence and prove us wrong, call in. Prove us wrong. Show us the evidence. You've came out with all kinds of other shit, answering questions. Well, we got a lot more questions, so get on it. Do your jobs. It's like the fucking crazies. It's like they just gave them phones. Here you go. Keep yourself busy. And all the fucking crazies are all over YouTube.
Well, it's when the unlimited plan, you know, it used to be so many minutes a month, and then they went unlimited for the free phones, and that's really when all the trolling got really bad.
They're nuts. Do you see the shit going on over at Mommy Ramblings over there?
Yeah, we were talking about that a little bit.
Oh my God.
I was wondering if, I mean, I don't know.
Like, these are adult women? These are adult women? Over there playing with toys and talking shit like they're in high school?
Do you think that she's actually upset, or do you think it's some kind of an act to try to keep her people busy?
Who knows? Who knows with that woman? I mean, she always has some kind of breakdown and is in desperate need of everybody's attention. I think it could be bullshit. Maybe your numbers are going down or something. Or maybe somebody is starting fires in her camp. She's playing with Sandy over there, so who knows what Sandy's doing to her.
Okay, let's see. Here's a good one. Tammy says, dead broad. Wow, a lot of mouth with no tact. Hey, Tammy.
Yeah. You can go fuck yourself too, Tammy. I have no more patience for any of you fucking people anymore. I've been in this community for a long time. I've had to hide my identity because I've been harassed and stalked online. So you can all go fuck yourself. You don't push somebody who just asks questions. Some of us don't like to be pushed. Some of us will keep asking questions. You did this to yourselves. You should have never did the shit that you were doing to people, because all you did was encourage people to dig even deeper into the case.
Now Tammy is saying it sounds like Emily. So Tammy's on the who
the fuck is Emily? And who are you, Tammy?
I just blocked her. I'm so tired of these people.
I've never even seen that name before in my life. These people act like this is YouTube. It's YouTube. I don't have to respect none of yous. I treat people accordingly.
Miss Marple says Honey Badger has every right to be mad.
Hell yeah, they're talking about coming after me and going real life, pressing charges against me for what? Talking about their own shit? Talking about the lies that they told? I'm going through the discovery report. I'm talking about her shit. This is her shit. These are her phone logs, her GPS data, her bullshit lies. Not my lies. I didn't kill anybody. I didn't cover anything up. I didn't hide my friend's death.
Well, let me say this. I think that every person who has been in the true crime community before the case of Christopher Watts is absolutely disgusted by what we see.
Yeah, and we ain't taking the shit no more. We ain't taking the shit. So you know what? We're gonna gang up and we're gonna fight against you people. That's what we're gonna do. Because we're not gonna lose our right to speak over the fucking Rusex. Ain't gonna happen.
These people who are pulling the crap and you know, I mean, seriously, the list is long of the criminal acts that have been committed against innocent people because somebody wants to control the narrative on this case. Those of us who have been in the true crime community before this case came, we know what the true crime community really is, and it isn't what we've been seeing happening at all. Not at all.
No, you know, and I've never seen anything like this in my life. And I've seen people being used and abused and threatened and harassed. Like, this goes beyond anything. This is not normal. So we should be asking questions. This should not be happening on social media. It shouldn't be happening anywhere. And it shouldn't be happening with our legal system either. We shouldn't have all these questions. It's bullshit. Where do your tax dollars go?
Cooter Brown says, Darla Routier, in my eyes, is still guilty. That was from left field. Okay, Cooter. Mama 3.
Exactly, Kelly. You don't hide, you don't silence people unless you have something to hide. Exactly. Exactly. So you shiners, you can keep on guessing who I am. I ain't going to show my face. You think I'm that freaking stupid? No. You ain't going to get my face. You ain't going to get shit. You're just going to have to listen to what I have to say. And if you don't like it, then tough shit.
We'll try with a little spy again here. Justice 100
Hello?
for the win. Justice, can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes, I can. What would you like to say, Justice?
That's cool. I've only just dropped in the last 10 minutes or so, yeah. But I know your position. I won't call Miss Mensa, yeah.
Justice, say what you want to say.
Okay. I don't know how you get around, because, like, let me just get this straight. You believe Chris Watts didn't kill the kids. Let's put it all on the table. That's what you both believe.
What I believe, and what I have repeated thousands of times, and if you were a sub or if you were watching my videos, you would know this. What I believe is that it is reasonable to believe that Christopher Watts may have been telling the truth when he said that he did not murder his children.
I don't know. I personally would say the next 3 sort of confessions he made go against that. But we have scientific visual proof of the fact that Shanann couldn't have killed her children.
How do you have scientific proof? What scientific proof do you have that Shanann didn't kill those kids?
Well, do you have faith in the FBI?
No.
Are you American?
Yes.
And you don't think the diagnostic tools and the computer analysis they've got is as good as your eyes? No.
What are you talking about? Be specific. What are you talking about? Tell me the evidence that dismisses her from killing the kids.
Okay, right. The FBI admitted that a young girl, a small girl, walked up to Christopher. He picked her up and put her in the truck.
No, the FBI never. What? That's from Armchair Detective. That's not in the Discovery truck, my friend.
No. That's from the DA Rook.
No, it's not. The DA Rourke said that they dragged him out of the house like trash. What are you talking about?
That was his first inclination.
Okay, well then, if he said if he came and changed the narrative, then would you really trust him? Would you really trust him? Because they never went through that evidence. The evidence sat in a fucking box and never made it to court. Nobody went through it, buddy.
I think I think this is a great thing, and it will be used in many cases coming
You don't
forward.
know what you're talking about. You don't know your ass from a hole in the ground.
Just listen for once, yeah?
Justice,
Listening is when you...
What digital evidence?
Justice.
What digital evidence? Because don't even bring up the kid in the driveway. That's not evidence of shit.
Justice,
it's not evidence of shit.
Justice, you said that you had proof. Tell us the proof.
What page is it on? Where's it at?
What page?
Show me the interview.
No.
Timestamps.
Well, I don't have the discovery, yeah?
You ain't got shit, obviously.
Yeah? But you can laugh, yeah? But
Justice, you said you had proof.
If this goes...
Yeah, you said you had proof. Now you're lying.
Justice, we're going to give you one more chance here. You said you had proof. You said you had evidence. Go ahead and tell us what that is.
I'm telling you, that little girl walking up to Chris, yeah?
No, where? Show us where. Show us where.
Badger, I know.
Show us where. I could say the fucking Michelin Man was in the driveway and he murdered Shanann. I could say that too.
Oh, Badger, yeah? Do you not believe that, like, a debate is like two sides?
You're not debating evidence. You're debating stuff that came from people's YouTube videos. That came from a YouTube video. I'm sorry you don't know what you're talking about.
I'm going by what
the FBI did not say that.
You're the one that's standing next to Miss Mensa'S and not going on true evidence.
Bullshit, I ain't going on true evidence. I'm going on the discovery. Yeah. It's not my fault you don't like the fucking truth.
But unfortunately, we have video footage.
You don't have video footage of shit. You have video footage of somebody saying there's a shadow in a driveway that 99% of people don't fucking see. That's what you got. That's not evidence. It's not evidence. And it wouldn't even be admissible in court, you dumb fuck.
I have just one question for Justice. Just one question. Who sent you here, Justice?
Chris admitted that's exactly what
happened. Was it Critical K? Did Critical K send you? Are you working for Sandy? Are you working for Team Phoenix? Is it Martin Dehan? Who is it?
No. I'm just more intelligent.
Armchair? You working for Armchair?
All it is, honey. No, just more intelligent than you, honey.
You think you're intelligent? Wow. Holy shit. Let's give him a fucking cookie. Intelligent. Wow. Maybe he probably did come from Critical K because she's the retard who thinks she's fucking the smartest person in the true crime community. Sorry for using the R word, but you got me a little heated, Justin. Intelligent. Goodness. Are you fucking kidding me?
Well,
why don't you ask him a question, Mensa? Let's see how smart he is. Why don't you ask him some questions about the case that we have facts about? Let's see how smart Justin is.
I would actually rather just leave him off because
he's gone?
Well, he's sitting backstage with two separate profiles, so I'm not sure.
Why don't you make him answer some questions? Let's vet him out. Let's see how intelligent he really is.
Go on, okay. I love this. I fucking love this.
He's ready.
Go on.
Okay, he has his headphones in, so somebody's ready to give him the answers. Okay, go.
Have the courage to debate me, is all I've said.
Okay, how far along was Shanann in her pregnancy?
That is not relevant in any way.
Oh, goodness gracious.
That was a good one.
That was an easy one, too. Come on, man. Give him another one.
Oh. Okay.
Badger.
Okay, Justice, are you ready?
Question. We're looking.
It's not irrelevant. It's not irrelevant because he was charged with murdering the baby.
Hold on.
Mensa,
Justice.
I know you know this, but just
Justice.
Please,
what
let me ask Badger the question, yeah?
What is the what is the date of
Badger?
Justice?
What is the familicide?
He forgot the lessons from the first time he was up here, I think. Justice, what is Cece's birth date? What is her date of birth?
Why on earth would that have anything to do with my
Oh, come on, man. You don't
We're
know what
two
you're
for
talking
two.
about. Like, stop playing games. Like, we're sick of it. Like, we're fucking sick of it. There's no point. Like, you're probably sticking up for a woman who killed her kids. How would you feel about that if you found out she killed her fucking kids? What if that comes out? How are you going to feel about that? That you harassed all these people over what? Over what? A family full of child abusers and scammers? Can you sleep with yourself if you know that you've been white knighting for a woman who might have killed her 3 kids? Answer that.
Well, I have his microphone off. You want me to turn it back?
Turn it back on.
Oh, okay, but only a couple more minutes of this.
No, just give me 10 seconds, please, because I even think the people listening would like to hear you have a question pointing towards you. Yeah? Why would I know Cece's birthday? Why would that interest me?
These
Yeah?
are all
And
pretty important
also,
details of the case. That's
well, when
why.
Cece was born, he didn't murder her when she was
Okay,
fucking
what was the
born,
date
did
when she
he?
went to North Carolina? Do you know
Right,
that?
yeah?
What's the date?
Hang on. I
Justice
oh
What's
admitting.
do you know the
God.
date of the murders? What's the date of the murders?
What's the date of the murders?
Yeah, when did that happen? What was the date?
I know it was on a Sunday night, Monday morning.
Okay, what was the date?
Need to know
Okay,
more than
hold
that.
hold up. We've wasted so much time with this guy. If he doesn't know Cece's date of birth, if he doesn't know the date of the murders, if he doesn't know the date that Shanann and the girls went to North Carolina, he obviously doesn't know the case.
No, but he knows about the shadows in the driveway. Ooh.
Yeah, he's obviously sent here by some scumbag attacker who can just take a flying leap. So goodbye, justice for the win.
Bye, Justice. Asshole.
Oh, now he has 3 profiles. Wow, how do you do that?
Yeah, he doesn't know how to work his shit, but he's got 3 troll accounts, right?
Wow, 3 of them. That's incredible. Gee, I wonder who he's working for. 3 accounts.
Probably Team Reject.
Incredible. Little mama says bye.
AD's drunk brother. Yeah.
Yeah, Shiner alert. No doubt about it. So a couple of things about this whole thing about the opinion, about anybody's opinion about any part of this case. You have the right to have your opinion of what happened. I have the right to have my opinion.
Oh, I know, and I will. And I will exercise my right whether they like it or not. I don't give a shit. You know, they want us to make us believe. They want us to think we don't have the right to say things. That's why it's exercising your freedom of speech. You have to exercise it. And sometimes it's a pain in the ass to exercise it, but if you want to utilize it, do it. Nobody can tell you what you can and cannot say. If Bam Bam can get up here on behalf of the Ruth sex and threaten to cannibalize people's children and call innocent people pedophiles, then I can question where Nicole Atkinson was when clearly she lied about where she was and what she was doing that morning. The discovery is public information. So whoever looks at the discovery is not at fault for anything. Maybe these people should have thought about what they were doing before they did it.
Well, and
you want to call yourself a hero, okay? Well, we're going to make sure that you're telling the truth.
I think it is important just to clarify, though, because the scumbag attackers evidently have confused a lot of people in their little comment threads that we're somehow not allowed to have our own opinions on this case. We have the right to our own opinions. What are they going to do? Try to prove that we don't really have any opinion?
They can't prove shit. They can't dispute the evidence. They can't.
What they're actually trying to do is to harm innocent people people like Justice for the Win who don't know the case at all.
Well, they're lucky they didn't figure out who I was, because I would be giving them some fucking wrath of fury if they did find out who I was and fucked with me. You think you got a problem now? Go right ahead. I'll be the biggest pain in all of your asses for the rest of however long this takes for this to come out. Mark my words.
When they send somebody like Justice 100 for the Win to try to impress us with his depth of knowledge, and he doesn't even know Cece's date of birth, he doesn't even know the date of the tragedy, he doesn't even know when they traveled to North Carolina, that's who we're dealing with, guys. We're dealing with people who do not even know the details of the case at all. And those were some very simple details that if you've been looking at this case and discussing it, you know the answers.
Yeah, and he thinks the FBI are trustworthy. Come on.
That's not even part of the discussion either, because
I know, but it's still funny.
The whole polygraph, confession, arrest, plea deal, there was never an investigation going on as to whether or not Christopher Watts' wife was the one who murdered the children.
Nope, they had a lockdown in 48 hours and that was it. And then everything else just got thrown on a desk.
He signed a plea deal, so they didn't have to. You know, had it proceeded to trial, then his defense team would have definitely had investigators out there finding everything they could. But it didn't go to trial. So for him,
I think everybody's tiptoed enough. I think everybody's been respectful enough, and it's out of hand now. So now it's a free for all now. It's a free for all.
Well, I don't even think of it as a free for all. I think of it as we have the right to discuss a true crime case. This case is no different than the Darlie Routier case, which many of us have been discussing for over a decade. So if we can discuss the Darlie Routier case, which happened in 1996, then we sure as hell can discuss the case of Christopher Watts. And there is no reason, they have no right to be harassing us for simply discussing.
Well, just the fact that they speculate about Nicole Kessinger. I mean, come on. What is the difference? They're calling her a murderer. She's alive. She still has a reputation. Her life is ruined because of this case, because of psychotic shiners. That's why she had to go into hiding, because all these fucking overly emotional whack jobs. That's sad. It's sad. And these people should be ashamed of themselves.
And then they're saying, the scumbag attackers are saying that NK went into hiding because she's guilty.
Yeah,
no,
bullshit.
She went into hiding because there are a bunch of psychos who are trying to harm her.
No, and the fucked up thing is the ones who are guilty are right out in the open, pretending like everything's all peachy keen.
I look at one of them that we've discussed as actually kind of a victim. I do. Not all the way, but I do. Because I do think that one of them would be smart to tell everything she knows.
Yeah, well, she went along with what she did. I mean, she knew what she was doing.
She
knew what she was doing.
But you know what? Back it up even to Christopher Watts' wife. I view Christopher Watts' wife as a victim, because I do think at some point that she was actually trying.
Everybody's a victim of something, but free will comes into play at some point. You know what I mean?
Right. But I don't think Christopher Watts' wife had the tools.
And let's just be clear. What did they say this was? This was the Free Chris Watts group?
Yes.
Nobody, I don't think Chris Watts should be just freed from prison. I think that if he had some involvement with tampering with evidence and not protecting his children, then he probably should be in jail for whatever he actually did. But if there's other people involved, then they should be held liable and responsible for their part. You don't get to cover something up like that. That's not how that works. And then you don't get to go online and try to cover it up using the public and then attack the public for talking about it. Like, is this what's happening? People are going to commit crimes and then cover their asses on social media?
I'll tell you my opinion about Christopher Watts, and I've said it from day one. If he disposed of his daughter's bodies in those drums, then as far as I'm concerned, he can spend the rest of his life behind bars. And that's not even the sentence for that. I think the sentence for disposing was like 48 years or something. But the fact that 2.5 years have gone by and he's sitting behind bars writing letters and, you know, pretending to write or to quote the Bible and to have any biblical knowledge and whatever is nauseating. He should be telling the truth. If he needs help, if he needs to have some sort of psychiatric help, he should be doing whatever he needs to do to get psychiatric help.
And what is this shit with like little mama just said people with mental illness are getting away with too much, and I do agree with that. If people have mental illness, it can't just be chalked up as, oh well, you know, she wasn't medically abusing her kid, she was just crazy. No, all these things should be accounted for and nobody should be getting off the hook.
So as far as I'm concerned, my opinion, he can stay behind bars.
Exactly.
A lot of people, including his parents, including his sister, a lot of people are being hurt because he's sitting behind bars, you know, having candy and soda with a couple of investigators.
But at this point, 2.5 years later, the things that are going on, this has turned into something else. This has turned into something completely different now. So now there's crimes being committed after the fact, and now we have more victims. Something stinks.
Well, yeah, the whole idea that somebody would be fighting, trying so hard, getting so many people to attack strangers, innocent people, for simply discussing a true crime case, that ought to tell us all something.
Yeah, and they're like strong arming each other to stay in each other's groups, and they're like isolating each other from information and the things that are going on, and they're threatening people, and it's just got out of hand now. It's got out of hand now. Like somebody needs to fix what's going on. It needs to stop. Whatever's happening needs to be sought out, and it needs to stop.
Well, and it's as simple as this. If you don't like a channel, don't watch it.
Exactly. This is a small portion of YouTube over here. This isn't the whole world.
Sending a scumbag mole in to hop up on the panel to sit there and try to throw the panel off is, you know, one of the most immature, imbecilic moves to make. Good Lord, go get a job. You know, put the booze down and go get a job.
It's easier to panhandle on GoFundMe.
Well, I mean on YouTube. You know, whoever sent Justice 100 for the win in here, he sounded to me like he's been drinking. I don't know.
He's probably collecting a check for a drinking problem. Maybe he's got a lot of time on his hands.
But, you know, he doesn't know the case at all. So
no, he doesn't.
Somebody sent him here. He obviously has no interest in the case whatsoever. So somebody sent him in here. That somebody, whoever you are, seriously, reevaluate your priorities in life. Seriously. And better yet, how about you quit hiding behind other people and show your face here? Hop up on the panel. Let's have a discussion. Because obviously Justice 100 for the win failed. So, you know, be tough, jump online, jump on the panel, and actually have a discussion. But the bottom line is, whoever sent him here probably doesn't know the case either. They're probably someone with a channel who just wants to make sure that, you know, this chat doesn't get people watching so that their channel might get more people watching. You know, it's probably something like that. Who knows? There's so many layers of weird with this case. There's just one layer after another.
Yeah, and it is what it is. I mean, this is like, you know, same shit, different day, whatever. I'm going to still keep talking about it. You know what I mean? It ain't going to stop. Too late.
William
you push.
Says CW wouldn't kill anyone. He's a total wimp.
I agree.
I do not believe that we should just be just so casually accepting his plea deal. And I don't mean the court. I'm talking us in the discussion. That plea deal, in my opinion, is because he was, as he said to his parents, taking responsibility for what happened. That's a far cry from him killing someone. Lainey says, sent to distract you. I agree completely.
Yeah, and what about all the other shit channels? There's millions of channels that are spreading total misinformation about this case. I mean, oh God, it makes my freaking head spin, I tell you.
Well, anybody who's saying that NK was involved, that was debunked. Do they care?
No.
They keep right on making one video after another saying that NK was involved.
Or they've accused Ronnie, they've accused Jamie, they've accused all kinds of people of being there. Nobody says shit about the things that they say. What about the shit that they do? Why doesn't anybody question these frickin' people? What is wrong with these people?
Very Vanessa says, you've been led to believe that NK wrecked the marriage and it was already over. And that's so true. That marriage was over so long before.
And there was nothing to gain there. I mean, come on. And if Chris did this, he had to be the worst. Like, he's the worst murderer I've ever seen in my life. He leaves evidence all over the place, comes back to the scene while the cops are still there. He didn't have any money, no escape plan. Like, I would think if he was going to run off with NK, that they would have done it. They would have had their bags packed. They would have had money in hand, and they'd have been off to Mexico or somewhere. Like, who sticks around? He didn't have shit.
I don't think he left. I don't think he was leaving his wife for any girlfriend. I think he was leaving his wife for Bella and Cece.
You can't tell these people nothing. Even the stuff. Yeah, I mean, there's so much stuff that we've covered that they can't dispute, that they just can't dispute. They just call us liars. They claim they debunk it, but they don't. There's nothing of substance there. There's nothing. All they are just windbags. They're just noise.
Little Mama says, yeah, why didn't he just put their bodies in her car, drop the car off somewhere, make it look like something else?
Let's take them to work with you. Let's take them to work where you're going. You know what I mean? Come on, people.
James says he wasn't capable of telling the truth after he told his father the truth. That's deep, James. That's deep. Al Anders says nobody can break up a good marriage. They were already in the tank.
Exactly.
And I think the marriage was over back when she stopped making the house payments. At least then. I think it was actually possibly over before then.
I mean, we don't even have the DNA evidence. You know, we don't have the digital. There's a lot of stuff that we don't have, but the stuff that we do have points to her. I'm sorry. It's an ugly truth. Like, I have nothing against anybody in this case. I have no vested interest in either one of the families. It's about where the truth leads you. And the truth is leading me to places that, you know, it's not popular opinion. The truth is ugly. There ain't nothing I can do about it. Don't shoot the messenger.
And I shared the other day how when I first looked at those videos, I was looking for warning signs that Christopher Watts was an abuser, and I didn't find any at all. But I found plenty that his wife was.
Well, exactly. I mean, that's how I looked at the case. I was looking at it from that perspective, from the Chris Watts perspective first, and nothing fit. It kept going to Shanann. There ain't nothing I can do about it.
Microscope says, why didn't he move the car out of the garage and back his truck in instead of dragging 3 corpses down the driveway? Maybe Nate couldn't see, but there was an entire neighborhood on the other side. Yeah,
and they were at the end of the block where anybody who'd have been pulling out of their driveway could see their house. I mean, their house was front and center right there.
Right, they were like right at the intersection, like
exactly.
A T. I think there was a T, right? Where one street came.
That's because those bodies weren't in Chris's truck. That's why.
And the dogs didn't hit on the truck, right?
Nope. But that's another thing they lie about. They say the dogs didn't hit anywhere. They say that the dogs didn't know shit because they weren't trained to travel indoors, apparently. I mean, even the stuff they come up with is just ridiculous. It's exhausting.
Joshua says it was over before she got pregnant. She did so because her empire was burning. I agree with you. You know, the questions that she was asking that divorce or that lawyer, he wasn't a divorce lawyer, But the questions that she was asking him at that restaurant, that sounds like the marriage was over, definitely before that point.
And why the lies? If there were no lies, then we wouldn't be looking into them. We wouldn't be looking at the inconsistencies. And then when we do look into the inconsistencies, they show us things. They show us that Nicole Atkinson was not being truthful multiple times. She wasn't being truthful about the affair. She wasn't being truthful about the things that Chris were saying. She wasn't being truthful about the times, who dropped her off, who picked her up. She lied about multiple things. So, I mean, when you're looking into a case, those are the things that you're going to focus on, and those are the things that you're going to try to pick apart. There's nothing there to pick apart with Nicole Kessinger. There isn't. If there was, I'd be picking it apart, but there isn't. But there's plenty of stuff to pick apart with Nicole Atkinson.
Tell me this,
and if she has a problem with it, then maybe she should come forward and speak the truth. Maybe she should clear up all these things then if she's so bothered by it.
Do you agree with Lana about the phone app thing saying mom's work?
Yes, I do.
So if that's the case, then that would obviously infer that she was an employee.
And even that information with the 360 app, that is not how I came to the conclusion that Nicole Atkinson was lying. There's plenty of shit in that discovery report without that 360 app that shows that she was there that day. She was there that night, that she was involved with whatever happened that night, whether she covered it up, whatever she did, she's lying.
Well, I didn't care for the way she told the police that Shanann was diabetic. I didn't care for the way that she told the police that she lied to Christopher Watts when he asked if she was still at the house and setting off the alarms. Why on earth would you lie about things like that?
Right? If you're going to lie once.
And why would you lie about something like that?
Especially if it's your best friend and every second and every detail matters when somebody's missing. You don't lie about those things when somebody is still missing.
And if they were friends, why wasn't Shanann at her wedding? That makes no sense that she plans her wedding for when her best friend is away for 6 weeks.
None of it makes any sense. And they're going to have this problem because it doesn't make sense, because there's lies and inconsistencies, whether it's me or Miss Mensa or somebody else. People are going to look. This is never going to end. It's never going to end until somebody gets to the bottom of it. Well, or somebody starts talking. Like, I'm sorry, but they put themselves in this situation. There's consequences for your actions.
Maria says that SR commented on the doll picture. The girls covered up the doll, period. Sounds like SR knew SW took that doll picture was by SW when Chris was at work. So that was a lie that CW took the doll pic.
That was funny because I was just looking at those text messages. Or those Facebook posts, actually. Yeah, Facebook. Sorry, let me correct that. Okay, so they don't make another video. It was a Facebook post. And yes, Sandy did not want people talking about that doll picture. She said that Shanann thought it was funny. It was a joke. Drop it.
So Shanann's mother told people to stop talking about the doll picture?
Yes.
You're kidding.
No.
So she was on social media telling people to stop talking about it?
On Facebook. People were commenting on that picture after the fact, after it happened. And they were starting to say, oh, I bet he did that. Oh, I bet he was the one who sent it, blah, 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 blah. And here's another fun fact, too, before I finish that sentence. On the 6th, which was 3 days before the doll picture, Shanann posted a picture of a doll with its head ripped off. And she said, guess who did this? And then all the people commented with their little funny jokes and whatever. And they were guessing, maybe it's Cece, maybe it's Chris, blah, blah, blah. It turned out to be Cece. But I find it really interesting that she's taking pictures of dolls with their heads ripped off and asking people to guess who did it. And then 3 days later, she's posting the doll pic with the twister mat over it and asking people, oh, well, I don't know what to think about this. What should I think about this? And then people started commenting on it.
I think she said something about how it's good to know that they'd have each other's backs.
Yes, she did say that. And then later on, if you were, I don't know if that picture's still there. They probably deleted it because there was a lot of incriminating stuff in the comment section. But later, after the death, probably about a week or two later, Sandy was commenting on that picture and basically trying to deter people from commenting that Chris was the one who sent it, blah, blah, blah. She was trying to downplay it, basically.
And wasn't it her father who said a year later that his family was not on social media?
Yep. Well, it's funny because they all have Facebook profiles. They've all been on YouTube. Again, they lie, but then they wonder why we question them. Like, you can't just lie. Like, we can see your lies. We can see your bullshit. Don't be surprised if you get called out on it. Like, on what planet are you living in? You know what I mean? Maybe the people around you that are who are too dumb enough to see your bullshit might not speak up about your actions. But when you're putting that shit on Front Street, we see it. And not all of us are just going to shut up and take it. It ain't going to happen.
Mary Elizabeth Butler says, Miss Mensa and Honey Badger, thank you so much for standing up to these stupid idiots. But back to the doll picture. Did you say August 6th she posted the headless doll?
Yes, August 6th.
And then August 9th she posted the dead doll?
Yep.
Now remember, this is a woman who's claiming she's 15 weeks pregnant who was spotting and cramping.
Right. And that doll picture, the one with the head off, the one with the head removed, it was almost like she was testing to see what people would think, like who did it. That's almost what it seemed like, because she wanted to know who they thought would do something like that. It was weird. It was almost like a test run, and then 3 days later she does the doll picture.
And then 4 days later Bella and Cece got murdered.
Right.
I think it's very creepy and freaky that on July 8th, that she accuses Cindy Watts of attempting to murder Cece. And then a month later, Cece's murdered. That's just too freaky.
Let's be real here, man. She was batshit crazy. And instead of her friends and family helping her, they enabled her and they shared in her delusions and they let her go off the deep end. And shame on her mother for covering it up.
Do you think that she was like in need of immediate psychiatric emergency help when she was in Arizona?
You bet your ass I do.
When she was in Arizona?
Yep. And it's quite possible that maybe Nicole Atkinson wanted to get her help and maybe somebody told her not to. Maybe they didn't want to go through all that big hubbub because she did have a court date coming up in family court, and it probably wouldn't have looked too good if she had some breakdown and ended up in the loony bin a couple days before she had court.
Jane just made a good point too. Remember that she also said to Cindy Watts that Cindy would never see the girls again. I think what she said was the girls would never step foot in that house again.
Over her dead body, she says.
She said over her dead body about Christopher Watts staying overnight on August, whatever.
Well, what I mean, the language,
right,
the language at the time that she was using.
Exactly. The death language was just prevalent.
It was almost like she like wished this shit into existence. It was almost like she made it happen just by the way she was talking and the actions. You know what I mean? Like, this is the road that she was on.
Well, could it be that she knew the end was near anyway because all of her secrets were coming out?
I think it was premeditated. I definitely think it was premeditated. And I think that whatever happened that night was enough to kick it in gear.
Because she would have had to have paid the daycare center, right? She would have had to pay the house payment. She would have had to have paid probably the Lexus payment too.
And it didn't seem like he was willing to deal with it any longer. You know what I mean? I think he had stuck it out and was dealing with it. And I think she was trying to buy herself some time. And I think she knew that it was, I think she knew that was the end. The money had dwindled. The lies were about to be exposed. She would have had to go move back into North Carolina with her psychotic mother. Yeah, I said it, Sandy. My words, not Mensa'S.
I do want to use this opportunity to say that the views and opinions of any guests on our panel on this channel are not necessarily the views and opinions of the channel.
Did I say Cindy or Sandy? I meant Sandy. Let's just verify that.
I'm acting like I don't even hear you right now.
That's fine.
Angelica
like
says,
I said, I've been abused by these people too, not to the extent of you, but I've been abused by these people for next to nothing, for little to nothing. That's why I have this avatar, and that's why I don't show my face, and I don't talk personal information, and I don't say my real name, because it's bullshit.
I always find it rather diabolical when they say that Christopher Watt's wife can't defend herself while they're ganging up and attacking.
Yeah, they're doing just fine. They're doing just fine defending her. Let them defend her.
And then all those channels that are always trying to conjure up her spirits, but they're telling me to let her rest in peace. It's like,
right, because that's appropriate, right?
Yeah, go talk to the people who are trying to pull her spirits out, right?
Right.
Michelle, okay, Angelica says, I also think that Shanann stopped taking mental health meds. I agree with that too. And even if she didn't, a pregnancy may, make the symptoms intensify too. Michelle says, SW fits the description for the women who commit spousal revenge killings of their kids age 4 and under. So if you think that she was having a psychotic break in Arizona, I would dare to venture that the psychotic break actually started in North Carolina.
Right.
I wonder how much of this that Christopher Watts was aware of.
Probably not much of it. I mean, look at everything else that was kept from him. And he was probably busy. He was probably busy working or cleaning or doing laundry or everything else that she didn't want to do. They kept him busy. It seems like the men get kept busy and they're doing everything, doing the house chores, the kids, the cooking, the cleaning, doing the work and everything else, while the women are sitting around plotting, being evil and shit.
James says, wish I could stay longer. Keep attacking the lies, ladies. I'm out for now. See you later, James.
Bye, darling.
True crime lunatic asylum. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, no shit, right? True crime.
I'm laughing at the avatar. It's like this case has brought out the looniest. Back before this case, we used to all use our own names and pictures of us, right? You know what I mean? Before this case, everybody just used their name in the true crime community. It wasn't a big deal because there weren't any crazies ready to pounce.
If this family wasn't front and center doing what they were doing, people would not be putting them underneath a microscope. They are doing it to themselves. Like, I don't understand how they don't get it. Like, their need for money is so strong and their need to control the narrative is so strong, but they can't work everybody over. You know what I mean? Like, they're operating on a certain level of intelligence. There are people above them that see through their bullshit. The low level fuckers are the ones who are white knighting for them and paying their bills. Well, you can fool those people, but you can't fool the rest of us. Sorry.
Well, and what they tried to do with those of us who they selected right off the bat to attack, they tried to make everybody afraid to speak. And it worked for a while. People hid out in their private.
Yeah, well, luckily I didn't have a channel at the time because I'd told him to go fuck
Made people
himself a long
afraid to
time
speak,
ago.
though. The stuff that they were doing, the stuff that they were threatening and everything, it made people afraid to speak.
Well,
And
yeah, it's scary because nobody's ever seen anything like this before. Like,
right.
This could be a first. Like, if this comes out that they were involved, this will be the first that a family partook in the cover up of a crime and used social media to do it. Think about that. Like, if these people get caught up in their shit, they're fucked. Nobody is going to tolerate the shit that they've done and stuck up for these people to find out that they had something to do with it. That's what I think. That's why I think all this noise is coming from, because I think that they're scared because they've gotten handouts and they got all these people fighting for them. What would these people do if they found out they'd been lied to? Let's just talk about that.
Well, do you remember when Paula was on and she said that they asked the channel creator to show them proof?
Yeah, and didn't they threaten her? Didn't
Yeah,
they call and
they
threaten
called
her?
her.
Like, what kind of shit is
Yep,
that?
real life, real life. Yep.
These people take their time out to get online and try to, I don't know what fight for their laws or whatever the hell they're trying to do. I'm really not sure why they're advocating for this family the way that they are, because the family hasn't provided any proof that anything's actually happened. But I mean, if these people take the time to put their effort, their time and whatever into it, their resources, and then they get treated like that, I would be asking some serious freaking questions there.
And then to get, oh good, Paula's here. And then to get the phone calls threatening her and the other women too.
What's up, P Money? That's what we're going to call Paula from now on, P Money. Because she is on the money with this shit.
Well, we need Danielle up here too because I want Danielle to file her nails because it irritates the shiners really bad. The shiners are all over the comment threads complaining about the nail filing going on. So Danielle and Paula need to get up here, and Danielle, bring your nail, your thing.
You know, the shiners need some real Jesus. They need some real Jesus. Telling you.
I'll tell you, it's offensive to me when they do their little virtue
Oh,
signaling.
that was the worst in the beginning when with all the religious bullshit, and then they're like attacking people and calling them names and
Yeah.
calling their jobs and threatening their children.
Yeah,
real religious.
cheering on the videos that were actually threatening my life.
Yes,
You know,
doxing you with prayer hands.
yep, yep.
I'll pay for you. I'll pay for you, Miss Mensa. I'll pay for your dirty soul.
And when they say that, I always say, do not pray for me. Do not pray for me because I have a feeling we are not praying to the same God.
No. And I don't think Sandy's praying to the God that everyone thinks she's praying to either, because the shit that she's involved in, all this new age bullshit and psychics and spiritual readings and afterlives and spears to the forehead, that's not Jesus.
Again, the views expressed by the guests on the panel are not necessarily the views of the
So you know
channel.
what, somebody needs to say it. Like, somebody really needs to say it already. Like, I think a lot of people feel the same way. Maybe not as, they might not be as heated, you know, and as feisty as the, you know, as I feel about it, but I'm sure a lot of people feel the same way. Like, I'm sure a lot of people are just sick of this shit.
Well, and I can understand the level of anger in your voice. I can understand it because I've been getting attacked by a bunch of criminal thugs for
Well,
2
just the fact that they, with the real life bullshit, that they should go real life and I should be sued and this, do these people even know? Like, come on, sue me for what? What have I done to deserve to be harassed and stalked and have my job affected and my friends and family harassed? I deserve that?
Well, I want to say something too, that the reality is that if somebody sues you, then you would definitely have the right, with full disclosure, to be requesting a lot of information.
Oh, and you bet your ass I would. You bet your ass I would. I might even take that. I might even take that L. Maybe I'll take that L. Maybe I'll take one for the team just so we can figure out what the fuck went on. How about that?
Danielle.
Hey.
What's going on, Danielle? Did you hear this shit? We're going to get doxxed
Yeah.
and dragged through the streets, and they're going to stone us and throw rocks, and there's going to be fire and brimstone.
Did you bring your nail file, Danielle?
No, my nails are all done. I'm all set.
Dang.
But I can file other things if people want to hear that.
If you can file
what the hell is that called? ASMR, right? That when you do
Well, the shiners,
voice thing.
the shiners are very upset about you and your nail file. So
You
I
can
think
talk about the case like
Really?
real quiet, like whisper. You can say, "Let's talk about the Chris Watts case."
Oh my gosh. Listen, I'm not in the mood tonight for that crap. I'll cut that down real fast. Right?
That's how I'm feeling. I'm like, I've had enough of these people.
I was just waiting because I thought you were going to file something then.
I mean,
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
not surprised.
No.
I kind of figured that a video would have been made at some point, but it's like, come on. You know what I
No.
mean? Because they're inciting hatred, they're inciting violence, they're inciting for people to dig and try to figure out who I am so that they can stalk me and harass me and try to ruin my life because I'm questioning what the fuck Nicole Atkinson was doing when she said she was doing something else.
Did they seriously make a video? I didn't realize that. Like about last night?
Yeah, they made a video. I don't know when it was, but I saw it whenever I saw it last night, I think. I think they put it up like yesterday or the day before.
Oh. They really mentioned the nail file situation?
No, no,
Oh, I
those
was gonna say, oh my God, that is
yeah.
really like
No,
sick.
those people are commenting all over the comment threads saying things like how rude it is for you to be filing your nails. It's like, really? You know,
Well, honestly, I didn't even know that you could hear that. I wouldn't have
We didn't even have
done
a
it.
problem with it. It wasn't even a big deal. We were just
I
like,
think
what's
it's
the
No.
noise,
hilarious.
you know?
And I think if it bothers them, let's do it. You know, I'm thinking we should all get our nail files out and go at it.
Yeah.
You
I
know,
mean,
but
and yeah, and
it's
honestly,
typical.
whatever I use my earbuds when but I mean, I didn't realize because I think certain noises are annoying too, to be honest. Like when
Wait,
people
what is
eat.
this they're saying? They're saying Kim, Lana, and Jay control your haters. I see some names in your chat right now. In this chat, their haters are in here. That would be strange. Why would they
Yeah, I
have their
see that
haters in
too.
here?
I'll scroll through and see. But one thing I want to say is that it's not unusual for the shiners to focus on something that's so ridiculous. They can't discuss what happened to poor little Bella every night when she had to tilt her head back and take in the Benadryl and Tylenol cocktail. You know, they can't discuss
No,
that.
it's in general, all these people online, like anywhere, even Instagram, whatever. I would love for them to say whatever to any of our faces, and they won't because they'll be scared shitless.
Oh, they never would. These are all
No.
backstabbing behind the scenes
Oh no.
assholes.
Oh no. Because I'll say whatever anybody's face. I don't care. Especially the older I get, the less I care.
Right, I'm on board with you.
And when it comes to my children, I'm a beast. So I don't even care. I don't like even my older daughter. She's getting big now. She's like, "Mommy, stop!" I'm like, "I don't care." I'm like, whatever.
Sometimes things need to be said, and sometimes it's not always pretty. The truth hurts
No,
sometimes.
I don't. Well, I just feel when you don't say something, nothing gets done, good or bad. So, and if somebody's was inappropriate or whatever, I don't sit there and just stare at the
Well, and
wall.
that's the problem,
Sorry,
I think, even with this case, is that people didn't speak up. People
no,
didn't say things when they saw things or they
no,
knew things were going on.
no,
Like, this is a problem.
nope. Do you know it's weird in certain parts of the country? That's how people are. Like where I grew up, I don't know. Like I never, when I moved away to a different state, I was called. I had a strong personality and aggressive. Nobody in my life has ever said that until I moved to a different state. I think it's just certain parts of the country. These people just that's how they're raised. They're just
Well, because
raised
a
to
lot of
keep
people are living
quiet.
lies and they want to be told that their actions are okay. They want everybody to coddle them and
I
share in their delusions. And you have to be positive at all times. If you try to say something to somebody like, hey, maybe it's not a smart idea to marry some guy because he wants a green card,
Mhm.
and
Mhm.
he doesn't give a shit about you, that's, oh, well, you're just jealous. You're just trying to ruin my wedding. And this is just an example. It's
Yeah,
like
yeah, yeah.
people don't want to take any constructive criticism. It's like if you care about somebody and you're trying to say, hey, there's shit on your face, I'd rather have somebody tell me I
Yeah.
got shit on my face than let me walk
Mhm.
around with having shit on my face.
Mhm. But not even that. It's just I don't. People are afraid to talk. I don't get it. And it's like I am. Nobody's ever. I think because where I grew up, that's how everybody is.
But with
Like
these MLM psychos, like they can't have people pointing things out. So they get rid of people. They destroy people who like call out the bullshit or say things that
yeah,
go against the game plan. So that's how these
yeah.
people are. And those are the same people that are attacking us.
Mm. Well, oh, you
Fucking
know what I
weirdo.
saw? You know what I saw, guys? A few weeks ago, maybe at least a month ago now. I've never seen it before, never seen it since. But in the parking lot of the food store, there was a big SUV with Lavelle Thrive stickers all over it, and apparently it was I guess what Shanann was SW. I'm sorry, I can't think. all over. And I was like, oh my God. I think I yelled in the parking lot, oh my God, because I've never seen one like in front of me before, ever. No, nowhere. And I haven't seen it since, but I was like, wow, it's coming up here. Really?
I know before
I
this
was like,
case,
oh my God.
I had never heard of it at all before this case.
No, actually, so before the case, one of my old bosses, she came in with the caffeine Band-Aid on her arm. And I was like, what the hell is that? I didn't know what it was. And she's like, it's Thrive and this and that. And she also had a lot of issues physically and mentally, the girl, my old boss. Anyway, um, and I was like, what is that? She's like, oh, it makes you calm. It makes you lose weight. It makes you relax. I'm like, well, what is it? She wouldn't like really give me a straight answer. And then she's like, well, it's kind of expensive. It's how she talked. It's kind of expensive. It's like $400 a month. And this, and looking back, the way she was talking was like, how they were drilling their opinion and ideas into her to make her buy all that stuff. I think she used it for like maybe a month or two, and then she said she stopped because it was expensive. But and then when the case happened, I was like, oh my God, that's what Sue was using and this and that and everything. I'm glad she stopped, because for her it was the money. But the way she was saying was like they totally like talk/forced convinced her why she had to, use that stuff. So,
Well, I know a little bit about the old Amway, how they did things. The old, before they changed their name and changed their, went online and everything. I'm talking
uh-huh.
way back in the day. And I know part of the spiel was that if somebody doesn't join you, in your excitement over your future, right? Then you
Yeah.
need to stay away from those people.
Hmm.
So they're advising you, stay away from your own family members, stay away from your best friends for many years, right?
Mm,
If they
it's
can't
awful.
be with you in your
Yeah.
dream.
Yeah. It's like those abusers who what do you call
Isolate. They want to isolate
yes,
you.
yeah, the word isolate you, so they can brainwash you and convince you. They don't want nobody outside to try to make you see the light of, them being wrong and what they're doing to you.
Right.
Exactly.
Exactly. Hey, Cooter
Yeah.
Brown. Cooter Brown, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. How's everyone doing tonight?
What's
Good.
going
How are
on,
you?
Okay.
Cooter?
Oh,
Cooter's like the ladies' man of the true crime community.
I was
He's
saying,
all over.
yeah. Good.
no, I just put myself out there, I guess, just being a goofball.
No, well, it's good to hear a guy's opinion and what men think too,
Right.
I want to hear it actually. So
Uh-oh.
what do you think? What are your opinions? What do you think? Tell us.
Um, for me, it's more the psychology, what happened where maybe CW was pushed so hard to maybe a certain degree and he snapped and did it. I'm still, I guess, up in the air with whether Shanann, killed the kids or if he annihilated his whole family. That's why I like listening to different opinions on what's going on, but I am
Well,
leaning more. Huh?
let me add this right now, Cooter. I just thought of something. Do you remember how the whole thing happened supposedly when he was getting ready for work, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you think about, my opinion is that he was a battered male, okay? If you think about a battered spouse, male or female, when they're on their way to go to work, that's like the happiest part of their day.
Oh,
Because,
yeah, definitely.
so he was actually not only on his way out from hell overall after the summer he had just experienced, but he was also on his way to work. His, I think, likelihood of snapping at that point in time would have been much lower than maybe on a Friday night when he knew there was a whole weekend ahead of abuse. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I think it's less likely. I think the least likely time for him to have snapped, I get what you're saying about whether or not he may have, okay, that would have been the time of day that would have been the least likely, I think, for it to happen.
Yeah, I can see that. That's a valid point of view. Well, I guess the main thing I kind of like, how did the bodies end up getting out there and how did he know about it? Would kind kind of would be the big question to me,
Well,
I
that's
guess.
why we're questioning the Nicole Atkinson thing with the inconsistencies with all her physical evidence. I think that somebody brought those bodies out because there was no evidence there was bodies in that truck. There wasn't even room in that truck to put bodies. The dogs never hit on the truck. So chances are they weren't in the truck, which means that somebody else had to drive them to the job site.
And do you think that happened the 14th instead of the 13th? Or still happened on the
No, I think
13th?
that happened that morning. I think that happened. That's what I'm trying to piece together. I think it happened between 5 and 5 a.m. and noon. They would have had to bring the bodies out there. And from what it looks like, the red truck going off the gravel right when Chris walks out of the house, the red truck leaves. Okay,
Yeah.
so that's the time up until this point. That's what I've been thinking, that they left before he did. He was the decoy for the camera, and then maybe they all got to the job site, or they left sometime after because there is motion in the house. The garage door was open multiple times. Shanann's phone was turned on at some point. The router had pinged at 8 o'clock for her phone, which means that somebody was interacting with her phone at that time. So somebody was in the house. Somebody else was involved.
You know what, you guys? I'm sorry. The last comment, and it's way up there, so I'll just go off the top of my head. But just to segue or to let me tangent here for just a second. That little thing I just said about how Monday morning or how the morning leaving for work would have been the time of day where he would have been least likely. Somebody just commented he had an entire week coming up of freedom, okay? Because, and I didn't think about that, but Monday morning specifically would be the least likely moment of the entire week that he would have snapped, because his escape would have been work. His escape from the madness would have been work. He would have known the girls were in daycare, right? They're supposed to be in daycare. He would have, like, his Monday through Friday routine was probably what kept him halfway sane if he was dealing with madness on the home front. So the idea of snapping, I think the most likely time frame would have been a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, not a Monday morning. I just wanted to throw that out there. I know it's not about what you guys are talking about, but when that person commented, I didn't think about that. Not only was it the least likely time of the day, but it was the least likely day of the week.
Well, another thing I understand, I haven't read the discovery or really dissected it, but I under he had limited time to bury Shanann, put the girls in the oil tanks, like an hour and a half or something before the coworkers were showing up.
It would have been a very short window of time for one person to have been able to have done everything that was supposedly done by one person. And I just don't see it. I don't see one person doing that. I don't.
Especially with 2 shovels and a rake.
Yeah.
What's the
no,
extra
that's very
shovel
true.
for?
I think myself that when he left for work, this is just my opinion, and I know there are only a couple of us who think this. I don't think he knew there was anything wrong, and I think that people showed up later with the bodies.
Yeah, no, that can definitely make sense and all. So I definitely don't disagree with you ladies, but I guess that's kind of the big question is when do the bodies get there?
That's what we're trying to figure out.
Yeah, I think that'd be pretty critical. Too bad they never had a child, though. That breaks my heart.
I know it. I think Christopher Watts can rot in jail, rot in prison for the sole fact that he didn't go to trial. I'm being silly,
Yeah.
but it's like this case really needed a trial. This case of all cases really needed a trial. When people learned that he was accepting a plea deal, it was like, no way, are you kidding me?
Yeah, but you know why it didn't? Because there was too much evidence pointing to Shanann. That's why it didn't go to trial.
Do
Because
you
they would have
guys
had a hard time making that case.
Well,
you guys
that's
ever
another thing that pisses me off too. Is you hear there is the R family, stop picking on us, blah, blah, blah. Look how much money they're making, though. And there's nothing wrong with, I made a comment earlier, like, we dissect and judge people from history, like President Abraham Lincoln. So I don't
Right.
see
So
what
what's
the
so
problem
different
is.
about them? Why can't they be analyzed? They put themselves out there. I mean, if the way they talk about it, it's like famous. They refer to it as fame. Well, if you're going to be famous, you got to take the good and the bad. So good publicity comes with bad publicity. It's all, you know what I mean? Not everybody's going to like you. You celebrities have the same problems with people digging into their shit. If you put yourself on Front Street and you make accusations and people can see that you're clearly lying, then you're doing it to yourself.
Well, one thing that bothers me about part of the, I'll call it the official narrative, is that somehow the R family saved his life because they said no, no trial, no death penalty, no, no, right? The death penalty it wasn't even on the table. The prosecutor, as far as I know, had not yet requested the death penalty, okay? So the death penalty wasn't even on the table, and obviously not because it was Colorado where they don't execute people, right?
Yeah, that's very true. I'm thinking of the Letitia Assange case at the moment. Like, she's not going to be
Right,
executed for what she did, that horrible crime to that poor boy.
right. And a few months after
Again,
this case, then they changed the law, so the death penalty isn't even an issue. And I
Oh,
highly
with
doubt
the
it was an
gym
issue.
truck. This Monica Turk. Oh, they were in Jim's truck. There you go, slandering people who have nothing to do with this case. But bitch at me for questioning Nicole Atkinson's actions when she clearly lied.
So I guess at this point we should tell Jim that Jim should go real life with Monica.
Right.
And, right,
Sue
however
her
that.
ass.
I'm just kidding. I don't agree with any of that real life baloney. But yeah, they think it's just fine to be accusing people of things, right? But if they don't agree with your opinion on a case, then you're some kind of bad guy.
yeah, that needs to stop. Everyone has the right to their opinion, whether if it's correct or not. It's a whole different scenario with the facts, but I mean, it's America.
Right. And their opinions. You know what I mean? You're entitled to talk shit to me, but don't threaten me. You don't have the right to threaten me. You don't have the right to do you know what I mean? It's like, they're just taking it too far. They're taking it too far. And like, I'm not the person that you want to push because I'll dig even harder. I'll take this discovery report with me on this work trip and I'll sit every freaking night, every spare second I have and dig through it even worse and come back on Friday and piss you off even more.
I will not get you mad.
Not you. I like you, Cooter. You're good. You're good. You're cool. I'm talking about these shiny fuckers in the chat.
Awesome. I've been house trained, so I know not to push a woman. Yeah.
No, I sound feisty here, but I'm actually more submissive with the male counterparts. I respect my male counterpart. I'm not a feminazi, psychotic, controlling. I don't have these problems in my life. Maybe that's why I can look at them from the outside because I don't deal with this type of shit.
True. Very true.
A lot of people are saying either LOL or they're the same way.
I'm sorry, people. I just got caught off guard today with that, and it just upset me. I've had enough with the shiners. No more shiny people.
Yeah. I'm a rather dull person myself.
Well,
Definitely not.
my take on it is there are two little girls who have been forgotten, and that makes me
Exactly. And how is it? That's another thing that boggles me is in other cases, people pick it apart, try to figure out what happened to the kids. I mean, just like the two little boys in California that went missing, they're picking that apart and examining the parents.
Oh,
What's the
it's
difference?
ridiculous. It's ridiculous the amount of footage that people are going out there, YouTubers and stuff. I mean, there are a lot of people digging into that case right now.
People dig into every case. This isn't, the Ruseks are not the exception to the rule. You know what I mean?
Amen.
I don't know what is so special about Sandy's womb or what kind of children she thinks she produces, but these aren't saints. They're not martyrs. You know what I mean? Like, we're not talking about the second coming of Christ here.
Yeah, didn't Frankie Jr. have like a girlfriend? He did something to the kid and got probation, some jail time.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. And that's funny because I was just looking that up last night. And I happened to find a couple of the Honorati's criminal records. Her sister's got a criminal record. A couple of her nieces and nephews got criminal records. Making threats, robberies. One of her nephews robbed and dragged an old man underneath the vehicle. Why isn't anybody talking about that?
Wow.
You know,
One of her nephews was involved in a home invasion with 4 other people. Again, beating and robbing elderly people. What do they got against elderly people?
Isn't it interesting that in the case of Darla Routier, they're going after her husband, Darren. They're accusing him of all sorts of terrible things, right? But in the case of Christopher Watts, it's all about how terrible the Watts family is. You see what I mean? What is going on here? What is going on with the stuff you just listed off? In a normal true crime case discussion, that would have been discussed in 2018. And this is the first I'm hearing it.
I'll send them to you. The lists are long.
That's crazy. Yeah, sounds like they almost have their little mafia family going on there.
Yeah, let's see here. I got it pulled up right here. And then there was that woman, remember Mensa? That one woman whose son shot himself?
That's a weird one because that one I had only 2 articles online. And then I think there was a GoFundMe. There was something, I think, on GoFundMe about helping, or maybe it was like change.org or something, because they claimed that the child was given back to the parents. And then I never saw anything more about it anywhere. There were just 2 articles. That was it.
Right. And this is a friend or family member of Sandy. So Sandy has all these demons in her closet that she don't want out, which might be one of the reasons why she's attacking people online. They want to talk all this shit about the Watts family. They want to go into depth.
I can't hear you, Honey Badger. Honey Badger.
Can you hear me?
Now we can.
Can you hear me?
No,
You can't hear me?
now I can.
Okay. What was I saying?
You were saying they want to talk all about the Watts family because that is something that's really weird, is how much they're trying to act like Ronnie's some kind of drug addict.
Right. And they're digging, these channel creators now are actively digging in their family history, right? Well,
Right.
so then it should be okay for us to dig in their family history. I mean, what kind of family has child abuse and all these other things that we're coming across here? And these are serious things, these charges with these family members. These aren't just like petty little crimes here.
Yeah,
I
definitely.
So we got the 4-year-old who was shot himself at the Myrtle Beach Hotel that Shanann and Chris and them stayed at, like, what was it, a week after it happened? They were connected.
No, it happened on the day of Nutgate.
Okay, and then a week later they stayed in Myrtle Beach, right? Or
No, a
2
month
weeks later?
A month later.
How was it a month later? Didn't
What was
Nutgate have?
Nutgate happened on July 8th. So it was like 3.5 weeks later, or whatever, 3 weeks later. But isn't that weird that they stayed at the same hotel? That's interesting. We can't hear you, Honey Badger. Honey Badger, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay, now I can hear you, but that's
You
the first.
muted. It said that you muted my mic.
I did that after I couldn't hear you to see if it was accidentally muted, but it wasn't.
Okay.
I just did that to check to see.
Then we have the 4 arrested, charged in Carthage home break-in. That involved an honorati. Did you hear that?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay. Let me get to the other ones. I got Frankie's. I have his offender information, which happened, I think it was Halloween of 2016. Conviction date 10/24/2016. That was with
Monica has a question. Who broke into the house after the murders? Who do you think?
Nicole Atkinson.
Looking for what?
Maybe a bottle of Oxycontin or something that was left in the house. Maybe some kind of evidence that was left. She was looking for something. And somebody just happened to tip off Sandy. Sandy just happened to be tipped off that her dead daughter's back door was open. They had cameras going on there, so how come nobody's seen that person coming in and out of the house? And how come Nate never followed up with the police after that? Because he supposedly had the woman walking in the house, but he never followed up with the police after that. There's no report. They're all liars, man. They're liars. I call it like I see it.
It bothers me when I see Ronnie and Cindy being steamrolled with all the false accusations about them. And then when that other channel started in saying that Christopher Watts was sexually abusing the girls, the stuff that's being said is just over the top insane.
Here's another one with another nephew. This is a different nephew. He's got larceny, shoplifting, giving false information to the police, fictitious info to law enforcement, assault. Okay, this is her sister. I think she's got an assault on an officer, assault and threats against a government official. Isn't that interesting?
So while they're calling Cindy Watts every name in the book,
she's also got a DW.
We can't hear you, Honey Badger.
Okay, I think it's when I'm going in and out to look at my stuff. That's probably what's happening. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, I mean, we can always look at that.
Think about this from Shanann's perspective. Maybe when she moved to Colorado, she was seriously doing her best to give her marriage and her future children a chance. Seriously. Now, granted, it was her responsibility to seek help. It was her responsibility not to be drugging the kids, right? I'm not saying that all of that's okay, because it isn't okay. But just imagine all of this from her perspective. She was maybe she felt that Christopher Watts was the real deal, and maybe she really wanted to give the marriage the best chance possible by just...
She didn't want to move back to Crazyville with her mother. That's what it was.
Yeah, she was running out of options.
From the looks of it, what was going on out there with all the family members and stuff, these people got problems. And, crazy rubs off on crazy, and she probably didn't want to deal with that shit.
Cooter and I both just silently wait.
And isn't there some accusations out there that her and Sandy got into an argument and Sandy hit her? And she swore that she'd never move back to North Carolina?
Cindy said that when she was 17.
Yeah, well, there you go.
That's what Cindy said, but Cindy wasn't there. Okay, Cindy would have heard that from Shanann.
Right, yeah, okay, so...
we don't know, right? Because Shanann may have said something to Cindy to try to be sensational. Right?
Right.
Yeah, because didn't she also join domestic violence support groups and stuff?
Yeah, and talked about how she was seeing somebody else and wanted people to give her prayers when she's talking about committing fidelity in her husband.
Infidelity. She said drastic measures, I think, had to happen for her to be with the one she loved. Yeah.
Pray for me.
Right. Why don't people talk about that? She posted that she was in love with somebody else. Why don't people talk about that? The whole story is how Christopher Watts was a cheater. Well, if you're posting on social media, and, at that point, he was still on Facebook, right? So wouldn't he have seen it?
I don't think he was on Facebook. Like, I think he only had a Facebook because of Shanann. And she's the type of person that would have probably been all over his shit, probably would have controlled what friends he could have and what he can do on there. He probably couldn't fart without her making a comment about it. So I'm sure he probably didn't spend too much time on Facebook, because he didn't even notice the doll picture right away. His dad did. And his dad contacted him, is like, dude, what is this? What the hell is this? He didn't even know that it was there until his dad said it to him. So think about that.
Well, plus I think she might have used his Facebook for the whole MLM stuff too. Because didn't
That's
she
exactly what she was doing. She admitted that. I think I have that somewhere, where she admitted that she used his profile because she was running his business on there. He wasn't even really running the Thrive business. She was just running it under his name. Like, his portion of it, she was doing all the work on it.
And all the work, meaning that she was going into support
And then
groups.
his friends verified that as well, that he wasn't the one posting on the Facebook, she was.
Yeah, she had a crazy amount of inventory. I mean, how much crap she had in that basement or whatever.
Yeah, she had like
Ridiculous.
$20,000 worth of shit down there.
Samara says, "We will bail you out, honey. Don't worry."
Don't worry, I'm good. I got my own funds. But thank you.
Yeah, I heard you say earlier that you're going on an actual business trip, so you're not just going to like fly out and have dinner with a bunch
no
of friends.
bullshit conventions, no Thrive patches, no beach bodies,
sales
no stretch
training.
pants.
No
Actual
jumping on the
work,
bus.
real work.
Anita says it was all a facade. That's the saddest thing about this case, because in the middle of the facade were two little girls who deserved to be protected. They deserved to be safe.
No,
You know,
but like in life, Shanann overshadowed them in death. She overshadowed them in life and death, obviously, because she seems to be the only one who matters. Screw the kids. It's all about Shanann. Because she didn't have anything to do with the stuff that led up to that day, right? Because she had nothing to do with it. She's just an innocent bystander in all of it. Bullshit.
I don't understand why people weren't more vocal in her life. It makes me wonder if she wasn't more insane than what people are saying.
Well, from what it sounds like to me, they all had an agenda with her, just like with the house. Do you remember that, when they were talking about taking the house from underneath them and taking all of his shit so that Cassie and the family could move in there and they could all raise their kids in the basement with their delusions or whatever? And I'm sure Shanann knew that wasn't a thing that was going to happen. She was probably pumping them full of shit, and they were probably pumping her full of shit.
Yeah, what is that about? They wanted to move in a couple of families and kick Christopher Watts out of his own house?
Yeah, they wanted to take his house and take his shit. They said, fuck him. That's what they said in the text.
So I wonder which one of the adults in that group planned on paying the mortgage.
And again, that shows that Nicole Atkinson is a liar, because she knew they were selling the house. She was talking about it with Cassie and Shanann.
Well, haven't they been talking like months prior before the incident of putting it up for sale, just in general, with their debt?
I think Christopher Watts thought that it was up for sale already. According to him, it was already listed. I think that's what he was told, that it was already listed. But the friends, I think, were in the last couple of weeks where they were pretty much talking about moving in, wasn't it? The last couple of weeks?
Yeah. Well, it was some of the last text messages that are on her phone that she had with those girls, with the Thrive broads. Those conversations were about taking the house, getting him out of the house.
Which just makes no sense at all. His paycheck was probably...
No, they all sound delusional. They all sound like they don't know, that they're like not living in reality.
You know how a child thinks that if you have a checkbook and there are checks left, then you just write a check, right? It's a very elementary thought, okay, to think, well, if you have checks left, then just write a check. It seems to me like this group of people didn't really have any grasp on the idea of equity or not. Like she owned the house. No, in fact, she didn't own the house. In fact, when she died absolutely without any assets. There was a quitclaim deed posted on the public site that showed that she signed a quitclaim deed deeding her interest in the house that he had deeded to her a month after he bought it, okay? She deeded it back to him smack dab right in the middle of the bankruptcy in 2015 to get her name off the house. What that tells me, and I'll say in my opinion, what that tells me is that those debts were hers. And she wanted to get her name off of that house just in case the bankruptcy judge said, why is Christopher Watts filing a bankruptcy? Why aren't just you filing the bankruptcy, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then his name would have been fine with the house. She may have thought that maybe they'd go after the house or something. But then after her death, when people were talking all about that quitclaim deed, showing that she had deeded her interest, her ownership interest, back to him, okay, basically released herself from the deed by that action. As soon as people were talking about it in the discussion groups, then all of a sudden that quitclaim deed disappeared from the public site.
A lot of things disappeared in this case, conveniently, haven't they?
I mean, she died penniless. She died not penniless. She had what? What'd they have? Like $1,000 or 1,300 or 800 or something, right? And
Which is nothing in the scheme of things if you're like getting a divorce and starting your life over.
and yet they go on and on about how successful she was. I don't get that. I don't get that whole.
Because they have to say that, because if they can't admit that she was at the bottom of the barrel like that, because then that gives her motive to kill herself and her children. So they have to lie and say that she was successful and she would have been fine with or without Chris Watts.
And there for a while too, they would say that he killed her because he didn't want to have to pay alimony. It's like, are you kidding me? Alimony? You got to be kidding.
Yeah, that's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. It would have been it would have been cheaper. It would have actually been it would have been better just to keep her around.
Well, his financial health would have improved the moment he walked out the door.
Oh, exactly.
Mm-hmm. And she knew it too. She knew it.
And all of her secrets would have come to the surface then. But think about this. Think about if she was actually in a psychotic break for weeks, for 5 or 6 weeks. Think about if she was actually suffering the whole time she was in North Carolina. Because some of her actions in North Carolina are not normal. So think about that.
That's what happens when you're at the end of your rope. And she probably didn't know how to deal with it, you know. She didn't have the right people around her because they were all coddling her and telling her what she wanted to hear.
You know, it reminds me of when I said to Cindy Watts, why didn't you call an ambulance? And she was like, what? You know, huh? Like it never crossed her mind. You know, if someone's standing there accusing you of attempted murder and charging toward you, and she said she was afraid of her, why wouldn't she have called for help?
But think about it. If that was Shanann's normal, like if Shanann, remember how the dad said that he kind of made the mention almost that she was like an acquired taste. You had to really know her to understand her. So they probably just chalked it up as Shanann being Shanann.
No, that's true.
But for her to be afraid of her, it just seems really strange that, you know, that they were, although she wasn't able to speak to Shanann's mom, right? Because
But think about that. If she would have called the police, think about how much trouble that would have caused. Can you imagine that? Like in her mind, she was probably like, that's probably the last thing you'd want to do, dealing with them frickin' people.
Well, and by that point, Sandy had refused to speak to Cindy again, remember? Because she said in her letter to the police that she stopped speaking to her. So it isn't like Cindy could have called up Sandy and said, there's something wrong with Shanann.
Right.
What with the wedding too, do you guys know the actual reason why the Watts didn't show up? Was it really over the wedding invitations, or is there other stuff behind the scenes going on, like more financial?
What, for the wedding?
Yeah.
Oh, there was a lot of other stuff going on. They fired Jamie from the Shanann fired Jamie from the bridal party. Shanann fired Jamie's daughter from being a flower girl and son from being the
Who
ring bearer.
fires the flower girl? Like, come on. What did she do?
And she fired evidently the cousin's first wife or something. And let me think, what else? There were emails that were nasty. There were posts on social media that were nasty. The way Cindy said it is, it was painfully obvious that they were not welcome to attend.
God, talk about Bridezilla going on. Good night.
Look at, we got Be Awesome talking about how we're the most petty group of people in true crime community. No, petty is what the Ruseks are doing over people's opinions. That's petty. Trying to go around and strong arm people into shutting up because they say things they don't like. Like, who do the Ruseks think they are? Like, who are these people that, like, we're supposed to worship these people and just, like, worship the ground they walked on because they spawned Shanann? Are you kidding me?
We have every right to talk about this case and what's going on with it than anybody else does.
Right. And petty is what's going on Mommy Rambling's channel right now, not over here.
She's always eating. I never understand why. She's always snacking on something. Drives me nuts.
She's always staring at the computer screen with her mouth open. She never closed her mouth.
Yeah.
She's a mouth breather.
I can think of something more petty than three of us up on the panel and a bunch of people in the chat having a discussion about a true crime case. I think that would be joining the chat and posting a ridiculous comment.
Yeah, I guess trying to find out what happened to two dead kids, you know, in their own home, and one of their parents is the culprit. I guess that's petty to try to find out what happened. Real petty.
But she'd be awesome. She'd be awesome.
Yeah, right. She'd be crazy. She'd be needing to go to another channel.
I want to say this, that if Alice Cooper was truly crying and all of those, you know, sounds she was making, if she was truly crying, I do feel bad for her, because if she's that upset over whatever was said about her, I would just invite her to consider the videos that she has put online attacking Cindy Watts, and then to ask herself how that might feel for Cindy Watts, for her to be posting the lies that she said about Cindy. And
she can't put herself in somebody else's shoes. That woman's got a personality. But I don't even want to say it, because then it would be being petty, but there's some problems going on there. She's been at live streaming like 14 hours a day for the past 3 days, and they're not doing shit over there. So maybe she needs to take a break. Take a break. Take a nap.
Maybe she is just hitting exhaustion, you know.
And I didn't see any tears. I didn't.
Yeah, I didn't see any tears either, but she sure sounded like she was in.
And she's another bully. She's another bully, and she hides behind her group of bullies.
Oh, yeah. I used to listen to her, then just after all the negative and bullying, I don't listen to her anymore. It's a waste of time.
Like, she's having a heart attack because they said her live stream was a snooze fest. Like, maybe not everybody's into sitting there staring at the computer screen with their mouths open, playing with crafts for 6 hours. You know what I mean? Like, you claim to be a content creator. Not everybody's into that shit.
Well, and I wonder too if maybe part of the emotional reaction she was having may have been because her live chats have a lot lower numbers than they used to. And maybe people are just tired of it, because she keeps telling them, you know, not to watch any of the other channels, and she'll tell them what the other videos are about. Maybe they're onto her and they want to see and hear for themselves.
Yeah, nobody likes to be told what to do. They don't like to be strong-armed and forced to stay in a community that they probably would rather not be in. And they're all nasty, and they're talking about each other and causing problems and drama. Like, YouTube's supposed to be fun. It's not supposed to be stressful.
I went in there one time and I made a comment, and somebody who was up on the panel actually said, "Oh, look at Miss Mensa made a comment," and she read off my comment. And it was funny because Alice Cooper just gasped. Like, you could hear her gasp. It was audible. And she said, let's invite Miss Mensa to come up on the panel. And Alice Cooper said, no. She said bad things about Shanann, you know?
Oh yeah, I got kicked off of hers right away. And I was just, they were discussing the case and talking about things. And of course they were misleading their audience. So I threw out a little evidence saying, well, here, this is actually what this is. And they had a heart attack and called me names. And I
Yeah.
think they thought I was somebody. I think they accused me of being somebody from another group or something. And then they blocked me. And that was the last of Mommy Rambling.
Yeah. Yeah, that's too bad, because, you know, that's what's missing with this case is any real discussion. There are only, I for myself, I count 3 channels where people are actually focused on the case and not just trying to, you know, gang up on people or, you know.
I think her whole shtick has just run its course. I mean, really, she gained a lot of subscribers with the Watts case, but she never really investigated it or discussed it the way people actually wanted it done. You know what I mean? Like, people are looking for answers. They're not looking to be confused and left with more questions. And that's pretty much what she did. And then when people try to go there to discuss it, they get blocked and thrown off and then attacked by the ramblers. Like, it's just crazy. That's not going to last very long. You know what I mean? There's a shelf life for what she's doing over there. She needs to try something different, because it just ain't working after 2-3 years of this shit.
Yeah, and with AD too, like, how do you come up with content over the same case for 2.5 years instead of talking
Right.
about other cases? Like, you gotta run out of stuff eventually. People get tired of it.
And that's probably why he's on his 2-week hiatus. He's probably got his moderators doing hardcore research to try to come up with a good narrative to swing back into things.
He probably
'Cause, I
pays
mean,
people to watch them.
with the Nicole Kessinger angle, like, you hit a wall. There's nothing there. Like, you hit a wall. Like, there's only so much to look into, and then there's the wall, and there's nothing else there to indicate that she was involved. So he can't possibly keep going on that. Oh, well, they pinged. Oh, well, it's the typo. Oh, you know what I mean? Like, oh, she searched Shanann. Like, that doesn't mean shit. That doesn't mean she killed anybody because she searched somebody. And that's already been disputed. That's already been debunked, basically, that it was done after the fact, not before. You know, we have the district attorney Rourke said that all the information that was submitted into that report was correct. Okay, maybe he wasn't aware of a typo, but he said that all the information that was submitted was correct. And then the woman who was actually in charge of putting things into the discovery report came out and said she made a typo. How is this? You know what I mean? But people have channels based on that typo, like full-blown channels that have been going for 2 years, just based on that typo alone.
Yeah, well, it's crazy too how people are saying NK went along to the trip to North Carolina and showing in the background. And
did you see the woman who's pretending to be Nicole Kessinger's aunt?
Oh Lord.
These people are nuts, but this is what they're doing. And people have to think about that. Why are they doing all these things to hide this stuff? Why are people pretending to be Nicole Kessinger? Have you ever seen any other case where you have all these authors coming out and lying about, you know, their involvement with the people in the case, or these people saying that they're talking to the family, or supposedly the people involved having their relatives making YouTube videos and all these like salacious things that you can't back with any evidence? Like, aren't people starting to wonder? Don't people see like that these people are actively trying to cover up what's going on?
You just reminded me of something. Somebody posted a comment, and I'm looking for it. Let's see. They posted a comment today about Ronnie Watts telling Kim to leave the family alone, like back in December. Let me see if I can find it.
And that's another thing too about her. A lot of the stuff that she's putting out is old shit, and it looks like she's trying to pass it off like it just happened, when these are things that happened probably a year or two ago. And now she's down to playing Chris Watts' voicemail message from before his phone got shut off. So that tells me that's the last of what she's got. And that's going to run its course. And then she'll probably come up with some excuse that, oh, well, the courts reprimanded me for talking to Chris Watts in prison. So now I'm going to be off the case. Bye, guys. Thanks for all the Patreon money.
See, I don't think she's just in it for the money. I think she's in it for what is it called? The counter
controlled opposition. Well,
yeah.
It could be, but she's making a pretty penny over there charging people to comment on a free media platform.
Yeah, no, that's very true.
I'm still searching for this comment. Sorry. I think it was that Echoes Bunny something. If Echoes Bunny is in the chat, hop up on the panel and tell us what you were saying, because I can't find your comment. I think it was that Echoes one. Oh, wait, I'll search for Echoes. I can search.
Yeah, just in general, I think YouTube creators are just running out of content with Chris Watts, how long it's been studied and dissected and everything.
But here's the thing is people really haven't really dissected it other than a few channels. Like the community hasn't really dissected it. There is a lot of content. There is a lot of stuff to talk about because they've been hiding all the evidence. They've been trying to prevent people from talking about it. So literally, we could probably go on for the next 2 years talking about all the shit that they've been hiding.
Okay, I found it. It's Echoes, and it was posted 9 hours ago on the channel. It says, okay, so I can confirm that Kim was speaking with Ron as of December. She was asked by Ron to stop speaking about the case. Kim is not speaking with Chris. This information comes to me direct from Cindy, who I speak with occasionally.
I believe it.
I believe it too. I believe it too. I think that there may have been a window of time where she was speaking with Ronnie. And I think
it's kind of like when Jay is for Justice put out that that audio file of Chris and like a bunch of them talking, and it was from before. It was like a year. It was like a year and some months that they had done that, and then she passes it off as a 2020. I knew that shit didn't happen in 2020, and it was before the 2-year mark because remember he had said something. He had said something in there that gave it away. And it had to do with doing it before the 2-year mark.
Right. He only had so much time before 2 years. Yep.
Right. So
like 11 months, I think he said. He had 11 months until the 2 years.
Yeah, that's the type of shit they're doing over there.
So if this person is speaking directly with Cindy and Cindy confirmed that Kim was talking to Ronnie, but then in December, Ronnie told her to stop it, and she's still going strong, I would say this. Ronnie and Cindy already figured out that they couldn't trust Kim back in 2018. So to give her the time of day, even for a month or two, was not a good move.
I think it's possible that Kim had an agenda from the get-go, and I think that she eventually had a falling out with the family because she probably didn't do anything she said she was going to do. She was probably only there to either because the Rusex hired her or she was there to make money for herself. And I think at this point now, she's probably like, well, it's my turn to jump in the ring. You know what I mean? Right. I'm going to make my little chump change. I dealt with them for 2 years. I'm going to take what I got and roll with it.
Right.
And if not, then I think it's really strange that she doesn't let anybody up on panel. You have to pay to comment on her shit. And then who knows what they're talking about in the Patreon. I can only imagine she's probably just taking all the other stuff that she's found on the internet and putting it in her own words.
Right.
I see a lot of that going on. But nobody should be paying for anything on YouTube. Nobody should be paying for anything. Like if you want to donate to somebody for something, that's your own whatever. But you shouldn't have to pay to comment on a freaking channel. And then I seen the other day, people were paying to comment and they were deleting the comments that they paid to put up there. So she's controlling the narrative over there. That's what she's doing. She's no better than all the other ones.
Yeah, there was I think his name is Larry. He's on like CDT or something. He had an interview not too long ago with AD.
What was his name?
Did a Larry, like Larry Jr. or something. Yeah, I guess he's some politician or something, but he did a super chat wanting to ask a question. Shortly, that got deleted. one of the moderators to remove the question. I think that was just like the other day too.
Yeah, see, what kind of shit is that? Like, I get she doesn't want to be attacked, but shit, people have been getting attacked for 2 years. If it wasn't for the people who got attacked for the past 2 years, she wouldn't even be able to get up there and do what she's doing.
Very true. Yeah. Yeah, again, I'm still somewhat new to the true crime community. It's just asinine, like how serious people on these cases and all. To me,
I've
this
never
is
seen
just
this on any other
entertainment.
case. I've never seen, and just the fact that it's like this, it makes me more intrigued. You know what I mean? Just the fact that
Oh,
this shit goes on is more intriguing to me.
yeah, yeah. Definitely never-ending story of twists and turns on what rumors is going to come out with and ridiculous stuff. It's
Well, and it really makes you wonder too, because had they not attacked me, I would have probably not been questioning as much as I've questioned about this case. I still would have been questioning because there are just too many obviously weird things. But the way they were attacking me, if their goal was to have people stop talking about the case, they failed miserably by attacking people, because all that did was tell us that people are trying to hide stuff.
Exactly. Exactly. Like, come on. They should have just kept their mouth shut and stayed off of social media. But no, these people are greedy. They're greedy and they have to have control. And it's funny because you see a lot of this shit. You see this shit in Shanann's life. You see a lot of this stuff going on in Shanann's life with the people with her, people getting harassed and people starting wars over nut gates and all kinds of other shit.
Right.
Like, since when do people weaponize their family on social media? Let's weaponize your friends and family. And that makes sense.
Wait a minute. Okay, I'm going to bring Angela up because there's something about timing out. Hey, Angela.
Yes. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm okay, but I removed that be awesome from the chat, and people are saying they have a backbone, they can handle the shiners and whatnot. I'm not going to be disrespected as a moderator.
Okay, that's fine. Do you know how to not be a moderator? Like, do you know how to click off and have it where you're not a moderator?
No.
Okay, because I don't know either.
I mean, I don't mind being the moderator, but people don't need to laugh at me for trying to respect your chat.
Okay,
It's not really that serious. I mean, you know.
I have a, I guess, see, we're on StreamYard now instead of YouTube, so I don't even, like, I don't know what I'm doing, quite frankly, as far as how to hit whatever button. So, I would say this, and somebody, Melissa said that she just got timed out. Did you time out Melissa?
Yes, because she was laughing at me because of something I said about your chat being disrespected.
But
and
that
I thought
has
that's
something
what
to do with
moderators
you.
did,
That
but
doesn't have
I
anything to do
won't
with
say
Mensa'S
anything
channel.
more.
Hold on, Angela. Angela.
Hi, Melissa.
Hi, Miss Mensa. Okay, so all I did was come into the chat and I immediately said, "Hey, Miss Mensa and everyone, loved your video earlier, and something about why do the abusers and the attackers always have such bad vocabulary." So immediately you saw that I came in, and this is a group that I'm always in, and that I came with nothing but respect.
And she's been on panel.
And I've been on panel.
Okay, you put my name up there and then put a laugh
and
face.
then let me finish. That's why I don't know you had the time for this right now, but I'm specifically taking the time just to come up here so I could explain this to you. Okay.
Well, I just said I won't say anything anymore, so I'm gonna just leave the panel because I'll just let you all talk how you want.
So you don't want to hear what I have to say? Okay.
Oh, big
just to
girl.
clarify. I'm sorry.
See, these people can't handle it. Like, get over it.
I had never saw a mod on Miss Mensa'S chat before, so all I saw, and I just came in, so all I saw was her saying, "I'm a moderator," and I thought she meant, "How did I become a moderator?" Like she was confused or something. So I was laughing. All I did was send a laugh emoji, and I got timed out for like 3 minutes.
And I'll tell you guys, this is my fault because I have had time to dig in to figure this out, and I just haven't taken the time to do it. You know what I mean?
No, it's not your fault. But like I
well,
said to her, if a laughing emoji got under your skin, then this is not the place for you to be a moderator.
well, and I think we have 3 moderators, but honestly, I can't tell you who they are. I know now who one of them is, but I have to. My thought was to just go ahead and say no to having any moderators because I've been getting emails from people saying that they were blocked and that their comments were deleted and
That's
stuff.
why I told you not to have moderators, because these shiner moderators infiltrate and then they block all the people who are really saying stuff.
But
And then
Right.
they block people from your channel you don't even know.
Here's the thing on StreamYard, it's different. I don't have the same little buttons as I had on YouTube, so I need to figure it out. And that's why I asked her if she knew how to not be a moderator, because I was hoping she could just click whatever and not be a moderator. So I'm sorry, because if I would have, I should have taken the time before now to figure out the whole moderator thing. My thought is that we don't need moderators because I think the people in the chat at this point, you know what, like when I first did a couple of lives on YouTube, remember how we could never hear it and stuff? I don't know. I don't know. I made the mistake of
I think everybody in here can handle their own. They've been abused for 2 years. They can deal with the shitheads and the shitty
That's what I'm
comments.
saying. Like if you're on anyone, if you're going to be a mod for anyone and you choose Miss Mensa and a laughing emoji pissed you off, and like I said, I didn't have ill intent when I sent it. I was just confused. I thought she meant something else, you know? So if that got under your skin, listen, the best moderators are ones who can sit there, hear both sides, all different sides. It could be the craziest side of the story if that's their opinion. But as long as it's respectful and it's a nice, smooth conversation, that's all that matters.
And the moderators that, stepped right up to help. I know the night that they stepped right up to help, it was pretty much a mess.
Yeah.
And my audio wasn't working and stuff. So I really appreciated that they stepped right up to help. But I think at this point, we really don't need moderators because pretty much anytime we see a shiner, everybody in the group chat goes, "Ooh, we have a shiner," so it's not like we're going to be, ambushed by a bunch of them all at once or anything.
Well, I just wanted to come on to say I loved your video earlier, Mensa. Thank you for even including me, and that's what I knew I was going to get lumped in, but it doesn't. They don't even pay attention because if they do, they know. I don't necessarily share the opinions of Hugh or Honey Badger. I'm going to ask. I'm going to ask. I'm going to discuss. But we all have different opinions and viewpoints. But that's what makes it good.
Exactly, and that when we had Paula and you and Danielle and Honey Badger and me,
right,
and we had different people coming and going a little bit, but we had 5 different views, 5 different opinions up on the panel.
Absolutely.
And that's what a discussion is, and that's something that they don't seem to grasp, or else they don't care. They just don't care. We're seeing comments from people saying that other channel creators are vowing to take us down, to take us on and all this. Obviously, whoever they are channel creators who are looking for some content because their sub numbers are slacking or something. Who knows? Right?
Why don't you have your own panel and have your own guests aboard and have their own opinions? Why are you going to take someone else's panel with their discussion, their opinions, and do nothing but critique it? It's content. Exactly what you said. It's content.
Exactly, and it gives them, they know that they can put Miss Mensa in their title and they'll get more clicks. That's what it is.
Exactly. All right, but I gotta go. I just wanted to hop on to clarify. I love you, Miss Mensa. I love you, honey.
Bye,
Melissa. Bye. It was so great. Good luck. Are you guys getting snow? I don't know where you guys are, but I'm in New York. We're getting a big snow blizzard. So if anyone else is, be safe.
I'm in Florida.
I love how you guys dox yourselves. It's great.
I have nothing to worry about. I'm just kidding. I have nothing to hide, but go ahead.
Well, and none of us do, but it's just, do be careful. Do be careful with and I don't mean doxing, but you know what I mean?
Right.
Because
I appreciate it.
They are definitely gathering up their little, they create these little PDFs on everybody they want to attack. And with your ability to think, with your ability to articulate your opinions, no doubt they're starting a PDF on you.
They're probably image searching your photo right now, trying to figure out who you are.
You know what it is? Like a person like me who would never do that to someone else, I don't think twice about saying where I am. My mentality does not go to that kind of place. You know, it's other people, unfortunately, who, you know, take that as an opportunity to do evil stuff. And my brain
Exactly.
doesn't work like that. So
Exactly. You know, I've written 64 titles. They're all up on Amazon and Kindle. It's like it's kind of late. You know, I've had 6 websites. You know, it's kind of late now for me to say, gee, maybe I should use a pseudonym, you know?
right.
Especially after they've doxed me so many times. It's like, oh, you need my phone number? Just check online, you know? It's out there.
Absolutely.
Okay. So be safe,
All
be
right,
warm.
guys. Yes. Thank you so much. All right. Talk to you soon.
Okay.
All right. Bye.
Bye. So we have the nail filer back.
Hi. Sorry about that.
No, I want
I
you
typed
to.
in. Okay, yeah, I had to go play mommy. I had to pick up my child.
Well, I think we should put some music to your nail filing or something and call it the Shiner song, you know?
Yeah.
Since they love it so much.
We should chew food maybe. Chew some potato chips. Maybe they would like that.
Now you're talking.
Start slurping on some soup.
Yeah. We could all have like our own instrument.
I think that we've addressed the whole Longmont whatever routine. Like just to say again, if that's what they're doing to create content, that's just really sad. I would like to invite anybody who is, you know, threatening to take our channel down or threatening to defend whoever, blah, blah, blah. Jump up on the panel because all opinions are welcome on this channel. Jump up on the panel, join the discussion. You know, making videos to try to, I guess, basically promote your little channel so that you can get a bunch of crappy comments going. You're the hater, not us.
Yeah.
You're the hater. And we're not too shy to tell you so. So I think that pretty much we can put that crap behind us and say, yeah, whatever. How many facts has Honey Badger given us? How many facts? And one of them, we're not quite sure. Whatever. Facts, opinions, views. Honey Badger has a right to speak. She has a right to speak her opinions. She has a right to research the details of this case. It's a true crime case. That's what we do. We discuss true crime cases. So instead of being jealous of Honey Badger, instead of feeling like you're gonna, you know, accuse her of being Lana or accuse her of being Plunder or whatever, instead of trying to go real life with Honey Badger, which I think could be a really big mistake. Yeah, I mean, seriously.
Well, they think I'm that stupid. They think that they can trigger me to show my face. That's what they're doing. They're trying to trigger me so that I'm like, look, guys, I'm not Lana. Like, I'm not that stupid. I don't care if they think I'm Lana. Who cares?
I don't know if you remember this, but back in the day, they were like, Mensa'S, show your face. Mensa'S, show your face. And the people who were doing it were not showing their faces.
They used to do it to set the record straight. Remember, he had multiple videos because they would accuse him of being everybody underneath the sun. And it was always show your face, show your face, show your face. Like, I think some of us have learned at this point that it's probably not a smart idea to give these people, you know,
but the
any type of information about yourself.
The people who were saying show your face were not showing their faces.
Yeah, I'll show my face, but I'm going to have a Zorro mask on and some bunny ears.
Oh my God.
Fucking people.
So I think we can say.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No.
I was watching the walkthrough again yesterday too, and down the main staircase, was there a hole in the wall or a camera? Because there's something in the wall, big black blob, pretty up, like not high in the middle. You could see it real quick when the dog handler is in the laundry room and the cop, the female one, you could see on her body cam. I didn't know what that was. I don't remember seeing it, but I was looking like, is that it goes so fast you can't tell if it's a camera or a hole, but it's dark, it's black, and it's like a blob.
Was that the hole that supposedly Shanann bounced Cece's head off the wall?
It was pretty up high. I was up high. I'm gonna say it had to be at least 6 feet from the floor. I'm gonna say it wasn't low. It to me, if it was a hole, like somebody threw
Okay,
something
well, you
at the
said the
wall,
basement,
maybe.
right? Did you happen to
No,
see on the
the main staircase.
the main staircase?
Yes, like yeah. So you go down, like when you go down, then you would make a left where there's like the 5 little stair thing, like the landing, the first landing when you go up the stairs. You go up like 5 steps in the landing, right in the landing, where they found that little looks like a wax mark too on the molding,
I'll
like
have
that
to
little
look there.
pink
Did
waxy
you
type
happen
mark.
to see the back of the basement door? I was watching something. Somebody had some body cam footage going, and it looks,
Hmm.
remember that latch that they put on the front door to keep the kid from
Yes,
going in and out?
yes,
There
yes,
looks like there's one to the basement door, but it's from the inside, meaning that the person on the
yes.
inside would lock themselves in the basement.
Yep.
Has anybody noticed that?
I didn't notice that, but I'm thinking if there is one, it was probably when they were living in the basement, so the kids couldn't go down there and bother them or whatever, or so the kids couldn't go, or somebody couldn't go in the basement and look around, or
I just find it odd that there's all these random locks on the doors, and the kids had locks on their doors.
yeah,
That
I
really
think
bothers me.
Like, is it from keeping somebody out, or is it from keeping somebody in? You know what I mean?
I think both. I think both. I think
Okay,
both.
so let's think about this. What if Shanann had more things going on than we know? What if
Well, that's what I think. I think she's like on a level of crazy that they've been hiding. That's what I think.
Oh, for sure. That's why I call her Crazy Eyes. A lot of her videos, her eyes are all bugged out, and she has no train of thought. She stutters. She gets confused. She keeps saying the wrong words. If you look at some of the videos, like she cannot speak clearly. Like, saying the words, her train of thought is completely
Yeah,
gone. It's
there
not
was
just
one where
like,
she was trying to say I have to go to the store, but she's like I hard to go to the store. And it's like, how can you not say have?
yeah. I remember the one when she was in her office. I think she was mailing her samples, and she was trying to explain stuff. She couldn't complete a full sentence. She kept saying the wrong words. The one time she kept saying onion instead of stove or something when she was cooking, but she didn't do it just once or twice. She did it like repeatedly.
a lot. And when she was
Repeatedly.
in her office one time, she said she was in her bedroom. She said,
Yeah.
I'm here in my bedroom. I'm here in my office." It's like, okay,
Yeah.
which is it? Which is it?
Yeah. So yeah, when, like somebody said, it's true. When you're on a lot of pain pills or even some antidepressants, they make you really like out of it. Like you feel like you're like
Benzos are really
you're
bad.
Yeah,
yeah, you're
that's what
like
I was thinking. Maybe she
you're
was
like
on some
dreaming.
Xanax or something.
Yeah. You're like dreaming, and I know some of them too, they make you, I call it diarrhea mouth, when you just babble about whatever. But she wasn't even like babbling. She just couldn't put her thoughts and say the correct words, but she kept
You
repeatedly doing it.
remember when the girls were in the emergency room the night before and she couldn't remember what one of them had?
Yeah. Yep. Yep. I mean, so either, lot of drugs that night, or they weren't there. She just made it up and she couldn't think fast enough of what to say.
Right. And one time she said that the girls had a doctor's appointment and she acted like she couldn't remember why. And then she said
Yeah.
that it was a recheck because they had the flu like a week or two prior. I've never had any pediatrician ask me to bring
Nope.
a child in for a recheck on a flu. No way.
No, they'll say if they have a fever again, come in, or experiencing blah blah blah, but they don't just come in just to come in. It has to have a reason to come back.
Right. Right. Dolo says self-cleaving onion.
Yes, she kept saying that. I said, yep, oven. She kept saying onion, but she said it like 3-4 times maybe. That's the one. Yep, that's exactly what I was talking about.
I didn't see that one. That's interesting.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that she was saying how, she's so happy her oven's self-cleaning. She picked the wrong day because it's very, very hot in perfect Colorado. And, her house was getting real hot and she was hoping her air conditioner worked properly. Yep, I do. I remember that now. Very
I think
dramatic.
she's
Everything was like nobody else's house is hot. Nobody else, like, she's the only one who ever did anything.
she was probably
Right.
on some type of opiates that day. So I mean that the way she's talking when you're describing, it sounds
Yeah.
like some of the characteristics of being on some type of pain med.
Yep, definitely.
Bulldog, you'll need to turn off your YouTube sound because it's echoing.
All right.
Hi, Bulldog.
Hi.
Hey, Buddy.
Still echoing?
What'd you say?
Is it still echoing?
Nope, it's good now.
Okay. Just want to say you girls are great. You're really entertaining. I have to ask you girls this. With that shoe collection that she had, and then hearing, what's her name? Um,
NA?
say those flip flops. She wears them all the time.
Yeah.
On the 99 cent store on the Atlantic City Boardwalk. And
Yep.
they got her shoes.
Yep.
Did anybody else think that?
That's exactly what I thought. And every time I'm like, what the hell? I didn't understand it either.
Yeah, I just
The shoe in the purse closet never impressed me right from the start because of the way she stored her purses. I think she had some
Yeah.
kind of a collection of crap that she was trying to make it look like she had some Hollywood closet or something.
Yes.
But those shoes were bat shit ugly. And they
Yeah.
were worn. They were worn. They were old. They were not new shoes. And those purses were on hangers. You don't put purses on hangers.
I'm gonna be so mean.
In the house. The girls' rooms looked like they had like Walmart drapes on them.
Yeah.
The green kitchen and the purple, like,
You know what she probably did? She probably got Payless shoes and bedazzled them with those jewels, those glue-on jewels. I'm not even kidding.
The mommy ramblings crafting hour.
She probably made CW help her glue them on with the hot glue gun. Help me, Chrissy.
And the thought that a grown woman would think that it's a good idea to have, what did it say, gorgeous or something?
Yes.
You know, the first time
I was just gonna say that. You read my mind.
The
I was
first
just gonna
time
say
that they
that.
put that up there, she actually spelled it wrong. I have a picture when they first put the letters up there. It was spelled wrong. It said like George.
Yeah, if you're going to try to spell gorgeous, you should probably get it right.
Yeah, you should probably check before you put your decals on the wall.
I guess she didn't Google that. She didn't Google that word that time.
Well, it's no surprise that there was a word misspelled. I'll tell you that. It's no surprise. After what I see in the comment threads, it's atrocious. Especially when they misspell her name. I think, what?
Yeah. Yep.
Or they just completely get it wrong. You know what I mean? Like it's not even Shanann or Shannon or Shannon. It's like something completely different. It's like, what planet are you on?
Right. I bet it could be kind of the Justice 100 for the win syndrome, where you want to get up on the panel, you want to do what you're told to do and try to divert the attention of the panel members, but you have no clue the date of the tragedy. Like, okay.
Right, and your only go-to is Armchair Detective's shadow video.
That was the evidence, all right.
Oh my God.
I know.
Feeds to the wind, no doubt.
Yeah, that entire closet thing I think is very concerning. If I know anybody at all who has a closet like that, they have kept it hidden from me because I would tell them what I think.
Why do you need a closet that big in the first place? Good night.
I think it was like her statement of what she thought a wealthy woman would be.
Yeah, it was her image. That's what it was. Fake it till you make it.
But again, I think she missed the mark on what a wealthy woman would be. I don't think a wealthy woman is going to get knockoff purses and a bunch of ugly shoes and line them up and take a picture of it with the word gorgeous on top. I mean, I would think that would be embarrassing for anybody to see that.
Again, that's like stunted maturity. right?
Right.
That's
Right,
something you
yeah.
would do when you're in high school, maybe 20, 21, when you're,
I would
out
say
and
9 or
about.
10. I think it's more like 9 or 10.
You're 10.
No, really. I mean, high
Well,
school.
her daughter's kids, well, the rooms were not age appropriate at all. I
So
mean,
do,
Bella's room with the black outline, with the purple with the black
Yeah,
outline. Well,
Victoria's Secret.
yeah, exactly. And what the hell? They took a little paintbrush and outlined like a seam. I was like, that's, first of all, it's ugly, and it's not age appropriate for like a little baby to have a room that looks like that. I mean, I
and
don't know.
keep
I
in
don't think
mind,
it is.
these babies were not being rocked either. These
No,
babies were not being rocked. This was
no.
not the cozy rocking
Well,
chair.
it went against her baby wise plan.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to touch the kids.
Yeah, they also do that thing, blanket training, I saw too. They put the kid in a blanket, and if they crawl out of the blanket, they slap them with a ruler.
What?
Yep. There's a book that certain I watched like those fundamentalist Christian people, the ones that like the Duggars and stuff. They have this training thing that they're called the pearls, these husband and wife made, and it's kind of like Baby Wise in a way, but it's called blanket training. You put a blanket on the ground, and to teach your child obedience from babies, when the baby crawls off of the blanket, you're supposed to take a ruler or something like a soft spatula or whatever, and you whack them with it, and that teaches them to stay on the blanket. Otherwise, they're going to get punished with like a physical punishment. It's
These
called
people are going to end up raising
blanket
serial
training.
killers.
Google it, blanket training. You'll see it's disgusting. And it's a Christian couple that made this book, and all of them, they're old now, but and that Baby Wise thing. That's why when I heard about that and read that, it reminded me of that other thing that those people do
They should have
about
put
how to train
affection.
your child.
They should have put affection from their mom on their vision board, and maybe they would have got it someday.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, no shit.
Well, I just wanted to just say hello and really enjoy it, and I will join you again soon. But keep at it.
Great.
And,
Hop up anytime. Join us anytime.
Yeah.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Take care.
Bye.
They're talking about the house. But here's a question from Melissa. Oops, hold on. Melissa says, Miss Mensa, what are your thoughts about the black sludge found in Shanann's stomach during the autopsy? I think, well, I don't get into the chemical stuff or the autopsy stuff all that much, except that I do think that the BAC was not from decomposition. The black sludge, there is something called syrup of ipecac, and there's something called the charcoal, whatever.
Yeah,
That
for overdosing.
for overdosing, it is possible. I think that she may have ingested something to try to purge something else that she had taken before. But I don't know.
What about castor oil? I know people take that. I heard of that before too, to
What
make them
about
throw
the
up.
weren't they asking, they had wanted Thrive samples? Do you remember that? Because they wanted to test like the chemical makeup of that to see if that was possibly what it
Right.
was.
Right, and I'm curious about that because they had a basement full of Thrive samples. So why were they having strangers sending them Thrive samples to test?
Yeah, but weren't those Thrive samples something that went missing? What wasn't a lot of that stuff, didn't it go missing?
I don't know.
Like a lot of things got removed from the house.
Okay, Melissa's saying, I saw Straight had a video regarding a medicine specifically used for croup that could be used in an overdose situation. I think it was the charcoal thing, wasn't it? I don't know for sure. But it used to be that you kept syrup of ipecac in the house in case your kids like got into the vitamins or something, okay? Then you could make them throw up with it. Now they say, I guess, that you're supposed to do syrup of ipecac and charcoal on top of it, right? But I don't know about the croup thing and set the record straight. I don't know. I'm
I
sorry.
mean, if the theory is that she was on the toilet, you know what I mean? It could have been if she was taking Oxycontin or any type of that stuff, even alcohol is a suppressant, it's a depressant. So it would probably like affect her throat, like swallowing, her esophagus. You know what I mean? Like it could have been possible that maybe she was trying to make herself throw up. She could have gotten sick or nauseous trying to make herself throw up. And if you got a bunch of Oxycontin in your system, then all your system is going to be depressed. Your nervous system isn't going to be working the way that it should. Your body, everything is just not going to be working the way that it should. So it's possible she took something to maybe try to throw up. And if she choked on her own vomit, then hey, there you go.
She might have. So people are talking about the castor oil in the comments.
Saw that. I just saw that. Can't buy big bottles of castor oil where I live for that reason.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so they used to give castor oil to make people vomit.
Mm-hmm. And to induce pregnancy, I saw.
To what?
Induce pregnancy. I mean,
Oh, that's
induce. I'm sorry, not
interesting.
pregnancy. Induce labor. I'm sorry, labor.
Are you kidding me?
No, I saw a thing. Again, that show that I used to watch, The Duggars. The one girl, because they have home births. Those people, they don't believe in going to the hospital, and she took castor oil to try to make the baby come faster because she was tired of being in labor or whatever her problem was. And then I read about it. Yeah, it's used. I know castor oil. I read you could put on your scalp. It's to promote hair growth too. I guess it's like. But I would think I never saw it or touched it, but if it's oily, I would think like that's why, like example, you can't put, cooking oil down the sink because it'll get sludged in your pipes. So would do that in your body if you consumed some type of, oil? Would it? I don't know.
Okay,
I don't know.
Looked it up. I just looked it up. This is just the first thing that blasts to the screen. It says. It determined that while there were no harmful effects associated with castor oil to either mother or baby, it wasn't particularly helpful at inducing labor either. When it's effective at beginning labor, castor oil may cause irregular and painful contractions, which can be stressful to mom and baby alike. I've never heard of that before. So people would give them castor oil to try to induce labor?
Yep.
Oh, that's huge, you guys. That's huge.
Yep.
That's right up there with the phone app that says Mom's Work.
Mm-hmm. Could have been a DIY abortion or DIY miscarriage.
Because the lady just said on here too, before I even just said that, about taking castor oil to do at-home abortion.
I think she took steps to, if she was pregnant, I do think that she tried to get rid of that baby. I hate to say it, but I do.
Well, and if you look at the charge,
with the medication that she was taking, the fact that she was drinking, she wasn't eating, dehydrated, she knew she was pregnant. So why would you not, you know what I mean? If you're high risk, why would you be taking all the risks? Doesn't make any sense.
Thomas
was putting herself in danger.
Yeah.
Thomas says they used castor oil once a week to clean their bowels out. Maybe it was because she was constipated from drugs.
You remember she did say she was constipated. Remember she said she hadn't shit in a while?
Right. And
that's when she said that she had lost the 17 pounds, like 15 or 17 pounds while she was pregnant, supposedly.
Oh, she shit out 17 pounds?
No, she lost it. She was sick. Like she was losing weight during the pregnancy. And she was basically just rattling off all the things that were wrong with her. And she was talking about how she was dehydrated and she needed to go to the doctor and she hadn't taken a shit and da-da-da. And I chalked that up to popping pills, like opiates or
definitely
stuff like
opiates.
That'll cause you to be constipated.
Yeah.
Rosemarie said that her mom had her drink castor oil and that night she had her son. So there is
it's like an old-fashioned thing. I've heard of it many times.
Wow, I've never heard about it.
Yeah.
So, okay, she asked Christopher Watts if he would stay with her if they didn't have kids. She asked him if he wanted her to get an abortion, right?
Mm-hmm.
And something about the charge codes, too. To me, it looks like they say that he terminated the pregnancy, which led to her death. That's right in the charge codes, that he terminated the pregnancy, which led to her death. So what's that?
Yeah, that never made any sense to me either. Because technically the baby died first. And how would
Yeah.
he have, how would he have performed an abortion? There wasn't even enough time from the time she got back. If he would have drugged her, how would he have slipped her enough? How would he have slipped her enough of anything to kill her? You know what I mean?
Right.
In that short period of time.
Izzy said, what if she was already miscarrying on the plane when she couldn't sit still because of the pain? Or maybe even the week before or 2 weeks before when she was saying she was spotting and cramping.
Well, that weekend, didn't they say an ambulance came out in Arizona?
Well, that's just what people were saying in the discussion groups. I have no idea that there was one of the MLMers evidently had called an ambulance for her. But I have no idea. I haven't seen any documentation to prove that.
Hmm.
But if she was
ambulance.
If she was spotting and cramping, what was it, 2 weeks before or a week before or whatever it was, that pregnancy could have ended. And
Why would you want more kids and where you couldn't be able to take care of the current ones you have? Doesn't make sense to me.
Well, and
I agree.
And the pain that she would have experienced and maybe even had some sort of an infection, if that pregnancy was already terminated, then she could have been very, very ill, physically ill, and popping pain pills for the pain, not realizing that she needed to get her butt into the emergency room.
Yeah, and if you're using suppressants, it would hold it in the body. It wouldn't just like her being constipated, it keeps stuff in the body. So if she was taking pills, maybe that's why the fetus never passed. You know what I mean? Like if she miscarried a week before, it's possible because of all the pills she was taking that her body was just like.
Right, but when you miscarry, the fetus doesn't always pass.
Well, that's what I mean. If it was to stay in her body and then cause some kind of infection.
Right. Yeah, there's complete and there's incomplete. If it's incomplete, you have to go in for a DNC.
That's the same as toxic shock.
A little bit different, but it's a lot different actually. But it could be that an infection raged through her body. It could be.
I had a relative years ago that died from the ectopic pregnancy.
Toxemia. You had a cousin who actually was killed from it?
No, I had a relative. It was like my dad's aunt. This was like years ago. She died from an ectopic pregnancy, like what I had.
Oh my goodness!
But she had it. Yeah, she had it, and she had it too long, and she didn't maybe know that what it was. Maybe didn't hurt her as much. I don't know. This was like years. Like my dad was little when it happened, and I didn't even know until my dad when I had mine. And my dad's like, "Oh, I forget her name. So and so had it, and she died from it." And the doctor told me. When I went, doctor's like, "You need surgery ASAP." He's like, "We're getting the room ready," and I was like, "What?" Right. Like it was everything happened so fast, and they said that so she could have had that too.
That's the first thing they check for when you find out you're pregnant, whether it's by your little, pregnancy thingy from the drugstore or whatever. Yep. When you find out you're pregnant, that's why they want to get you in right away. They want to make sure it is not a tubal pregnancy.
Yes. Yep, especially if you have like history of other things too, which supposedly she did. They want you in there as soon as you pee on the test, that week, that day, whatever. They want you in.
Exactly.
That's what they did to me. They said, if you ever get pregnant again, you have to go ASAP. So when I found I was pregnant again, because it wasn't planned, my second daughter, I was freaking out. I wasn't even happy. I was so afraid of having a tubal again or having something bad happen to me. I was young. I'm like, I have to go to the doctor now. Like I wanted to go right to the emergency room actually because I was so afraid of having to get that done again. And my right tube was gone anyway. Only had my left tube. And I didn't want that gone, either if it was a bad thing. But that time everything worked out and I had my daughter who's going to be actually 9 years old tomorrow. So
that must have been scary.
That was that.
Yeah, that would have been scary.
Yes, it was. But that's what I'm saying. Like, as somebody who went through crap, like that whole thing was a lie. Either she didn't want to go to the doctor for multiple reasons, or maybe part of her dying was she had some type of thing inside of her that killed her or partially helped kill her because she didn't go to the doctor because of the other issues of it. The CPS thing, maybe it not being, CWs or whatever other reasons, that were floating in her head, whatever. But, that's what I think. But,
You know,
I
is
know.
it possible that maybe, let's say that Chris went to work, right? And Nicole stayed there and found her. Maybe Nicole didn't know how she died. So maybe Nicole told Sandy, like, she's just dead. I don't know. You know what I mean? The
Yeah.
kids are dead
Yeah.
in their beds. She could see how
Yep.
they died. And Shanann's just on the, you know,
Yep. Could be.
it's quite possible they didn't know how nobody seems to really know with the strangulation. I mean, the coroner even questioned it.
And
So
looking
then,
back, even her face, you see the look on her, like her face, like that's she knew what was going on. The whole thing. I thought when I first saw, I was like, oh, the poor girl, this and that, you know. But I look at it now. I look at her face. She knew exactly what was going on.
so
And
then,
she was freaking out too. She was freaking out. And not on account like that your friend's missing, like almost on account like I'm in deep shit.
Yes, exactly. Yes. Yep. Yep.
Check the
well,
knives. Who would come up with something like that? I mean, as a mother, that's
right,
just mind blowing to me.
right. It is to all of us, I think. And also that when NA told the police officer that she said check the knives, that Sandy said that to NA, the police officer never did any follow up questioning. And that just boggles my mind. If you have a mother of somebody who they knew at that point, I think, was already dead, or at least they suspected she was an endangered missing. And again, why was she an endangered missing? But if you have that situation going on and you have a mother saying check the knives, that's where you want to ask a few more questions. I didn't hear anybody on that phone call to the police either asking if she had any history of any sort of mental health issues. If you have somebody who's gone missing, that's a question that you ask. Is there any history of any mental health issues? Has she ever been known to self harm? Those are basic questions. They're right in the scripts that most counties and most city PDs have sitting right at their console. Now watch, a Shiner's going to get a hold of one of those script books and they're going to go, where is it, Mensa? Where is it?
So, how do you guys feel about Officer Coonrod when he showed up and his professionalism or investigating? I guess. What's your
Was he
guys'
the,
thoughts?
was he the one hopping down in the window wells?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I think he was hot.
Yeah. We know you like him.
So I probably didn't pay attention so much to every detail of what he was doing. I think he acted kind of like he was there to check the welfare and was trying to find a way into the house. I mean, I think he acted like he didn't have a clue that there was anything.
Yeah, and it freaked him out and he wanted backup like ASAP. He was like, I don't even know what's going on here, but we need to get some more people in here.
To me, he seemed totally normal and he was reacting normally. I do think that it's likely that one or two people already knew about this
Mm-hmm.
at the police department. I don't think he was one of them. I think he was road patrol who received the call to check the welfare on a pregnant woman,
Yep. That's what I
and
think too.
I think he went there and I think he tried to get in the house and figured okay. And I think that quite frankly the NA probably kind of drove him a little nuts. And I think that the neighbor also, because remember he had the son, NA, and the neighbor, weren't all three of them talking to him?
Yes, and they were all acting like it was a crime scene and like Chris did something wrong and Chris is lying and he's misleading us and this doesn't seem right and look, her shoes are there and oh, there's a blanket missing and oh, look, her purse is here. Like it was almost scripted. You know what I mean? It
Yep.
was almost
Right.
scripted.
Right, but I
Especially with the phone. Finding Shanann's phone in the
Yeah,
cushions
exactly.
that
Then the
quickly.
Wedding
son
ring.
goes straight upstairs and then all of a sudden, oh, the phone.
Yeah. Did you see? Well, I know you guys saw, but he was all up the ass in his eyes. Like he was a part of that too. That son, her son, NA son.
that he knew so much, you mean?
Oh yeah, you saw him like his arms folded, his eyes out, trying to look over his mom's shoulder and stuff, and then her looking. I mean, him looking at his mom, and just like now that you know, I really picked apart the video and looked at it like a different way by picking things apart, and that's when I saw the black hole in the wall or
The
whatever it
best part,
is.
the best part is when they're up on the landing up there and they're
Yep.
going through the phone, and the
Mhm.
son, the look on his face
Yeah.
tells it all right there.
Yes.
He
If
knew
you like
exactly
sit
what
there,
happened,
yep.
and he was like disturbed. He was disturbed.
Yep. That's I believe that. If you really sit there and analyze it, you're like, wow, look at that. Like you see things that maybe you just didn't realize at first because you're just watching it as a whole. Like and you zero in on one person or one thing, and you're like, wow, look at that. Look at that. And everything clicks. It clicks in your head. Everything clicks together. That's what I think. But
It's just mind blowing too. Within hours, how NA was so concerned and obsessed with SW and
yep. Mm-hmm.
Right, but the phone app said mom's work. So if she was supposed to show up there, or if she stayed the night there, right? If she was supposed to take those girls to daycare, if they're, all the stuff we're being told about the open CPS case routine was that she wasn't able to drive the girls and that the girls had to be in daycare at opening time. And that if the girls were not at daycare at opening time, then the police were supposed to be called right away. Okay. So if that's the case, she's got to produce 2 kids to the daycare center first thing in the morning, right? Like, you see what I mean? Like
Yep.
if she's hired help, which it sure sounds like it from that phone app, if she's hired help and it's her job to get the girls to daycare, and the girls are no longer
Well,
alive,
she dropped the ball. Think about it. If she slept in that basement and Shanann did what she did, then her liability was not staying up all night and sitting with Shanann,
so
preventing her
then
from doing whatever the hell she did.
so then the question, remember when the police called and wanted her to come in for questioning and her husband was
And
very
she freaked
upset?
out.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then she said, I think she asked if she was going to be arrested. Like,
Yep, that was the first thing she asked.
so why would she have been arrested, right? But if she was supposed to be watching her, and if she wasn't being truthful at that point with the police, then that question makes sense.
Yes. Yes. Yep. And why is NA's teenage daughter living with her parents? The girl can't live with her. Her older daughter can't live with her or won't live with her, and she said that there was problems, but she couldn't talk about it. She
I
said
think
that
she
in one
was
of her
taken away,
videos.
wasn't she? And the daughter has mental health issues as well.
She was. So she okay, because I wonder, I mean, whatever, that's a separate entity, but it's
Yeah, I've
just
never heard anything about that, but I've heard she had a really like kind of a heartwarming video that she did talking about how her son and her younger daughter, or no, her older daughter, her son and her daughter, and like both kids and NA all gave statements to the police about whatever was going on in their household at the time. And she talked about how the perception of each person was so different, that the experience that her son had at age 12 was so different than her perception of what was going on, which was so different than what the 5-year-old daughter's perception was. And it was really actually an interesting thing to listen to, the way she was talking. But when I was listening to it, I thought, oh my goodness, it sounds like there was something, very, very traumatic going on.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
To have a 5-year-old and a 12-year-old interviewed, and to have them giving their side of whatever, and then to have it be such a different perception, it made me wonder what they all went through.
Well, and I don't think she was technically qualified to be doing what she was doing. I think that was like she got hired underneath the table doing that.
Yes.
Well,
Well, that's
even talking about parent neglect, I mean, NA's little girl, like, why was she not holding her or having, some adult with her instead of running around when they worked in the welfare checkup? That always
yeah.
bothered me.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Let the girl just like roam the house, whatever, and then yeah, I know.
Oh, the little
I
girl, you mean?
yeah,
The little
remember
one?
people were thought that was one of it was Bella, or the other one's
Ghost.
go
Well, and
yes,
why
the
did
whole
she need to
ghost
bring her
thing, and yeah.
son there? Why did she need to bring her son there and involve her
No.
son in that type of stuff? If she thought that there was like a marital disagreement or something going on, why did she need the son there? The son was obviously supposedly had to babysit the daughter, right? Because he had the daughter when he came back. Whatever, he had the daughter when he came back to the house. So she obviously had a babysitter. So the son didn't need to be there because he should have just been at home with the kids. So why was the son why was any of them there in the first place? And then if you're afraid of Chris, why do you got your little daughter running around there if you think that Chris just strangled everybody?
Exactly. That's exactly what I thought.
And Chris was more concerned about the daughter's well-being than she or her son was. Chris was
Yep.
actually asking if the kid was okay, and the kid needed to be changed.
Yep.
She wasn't even paying attention.
To be honest, I feel like this is going to be like another John Bonet. Really, it's just going to be so many for years and years, just all different kinds of documentaries and things, and it's just never going to be completely resolved. And just blaming each side. This, you know what I mean? Like I followed John Bonet for years,
but it won't. It might not. There might not be like a legal justice done, but things always come out. You know what I mean? Like there's
I
always
hope it does.
unintended consequences for everything.
I hope
you know?
it does, and I still hope that John Bonet gets justice. I remember that.
And even think about it, like just Nicole's son. If her son is involved in this, think about how that's going to affect their relationship from this point on. If the son you know what I mean? Like if
he'll be an adult with mental problems.
Oh
he'll
yeah,
be an adult with mental problems, severe mental problems, especially like. Didn't you guys say that he had a little crush on SW2, and then
yes,
and then like he's gonna think in his mind that his mom had a big part possibly in her death, and maybe even blame himself. But he'll have problems. He'll be on drugs and in trouble with the law. Trust me. You could see that if he wasn't already. And then remember when he says to Capo, "Do you remember me?" Well, why does he remember him? I don't.
Exactly.
Why? What did he do to be remembered?
This is a really good one by Microscope. It says, in her interview, she never said, I asked CW if the girls had been dropped off at school because she couldn't get in touch with SW. She never said that. She never said a word about the girls not being dropped off, right?
Nope, not once.
Like, how would she know that Christopher Watts didn't leave late for work and drop the girls off at school or something?
Well, remember she supposedly heard from some parents there. Remember Karen and Max, but she didn't have their information. Do
right.
you remember?
Right. The other parents were supposedly saying all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, right. Because they know everything that was going on, right?
But this is a really good point, because it would make sense that her questioning to Christopher Watts should have been, hey, did you take the girls to preschool or what, right? Or did she evidently already know the girls weren't at preschool? See what I mean?
Mm-hmm. And I also find it strange that she didn't go to court. She didn't go to court. If that was my best friend, I would want to watch Chris Watts. I would want to be there for that and see him get his just desserts.
That's right.
I wouldn't be as distant as humanly possible. And then just posting online. What did she do? She wrote on her hand, "I forgive you," and then posted it online to Chris Watts. Why would you forgive him? Same thing with the Ruseks. They talk about how they love him and they forgive him, but they want to bash us for talking about their daughter. We deserve to be in jail. What did they say? That we deserve to be in paper gowns on the floor of a jail cell somewhere?
In prison for life.
Yeah, right. But, it's okay that Chris Watts supposedly murdered their daughter. They forgive him for that, but God forbid we talk about it. We should all be burning in hell.
People talk about all different kinds of, like, murders. We were just watching another Ted Bundy documentary. It's on Netflix, I think, or one of them.
Oh yeah, that's really good.
Yeah, watching. The Golden State. There's so many cases. So if that's true, then like every person, like on Earth, would be like,
Well, then they should never talk about any crime cases ever from any point of view. So that means that if we're going to shut up, then they have to shut up too. Right. So if they want us to shut up, then no more of this virtue signaling garbage with these heartstring pulling videos. Like, I can't even believe they're still every day uploading the little videos of those girls, like just trying to milk it for all it's worth. It's like enough is enough already.
Yeah. If you put any of their names in anything, people are going to click on it and be like, oh, let me watch it. They're so blind, whatever you want to call it. They're just being used. They're being used for their name.
And then they're
photoshopping
not only Shanann's pictures, but they're also photoshopping the kids' pictures. Why in the world would you Photoshop the children's pictures? Like, what kind of sick, weird shit is that you're Photoshopping your children's pictures?
I saw a picture of Bella that didn't even look like her
Yeah,
at
the
all.
one with her, Frankie. There was on Frankie's GoFundMe page. Did you notice that they photoshopped all three of them and they made Frankie look younger? They made him look like a boy. He was wearing like a striped shirt and a cap. And the way that because I know photoshopping, like I know what it all entails. I know how to look for it, how to spot it, everything. So they literally like went out of their way to make him look more youthful. And then they photoshopped the kid's face. Like Bella, like you said in particular, they used a lot of photoshopping. Like, what does that say?
Mm-hmm.
Didn't he
Yeah.
take advantage of Molly Golightly quite a bit? Frankie Jr., I believe.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And the mother was involved in that too.
Oh,
And
jeez.
then she was working some weird angle, and then she was having she was telling Molly Golightly what to text her son. And then she said something to the effect of, tell Frankie that that I'm waking up to Frankie energy. Like, what is that about? Like, what kind of weird mind fuck shit is she pulling with her kids? And it makes me wonder if she wasn't messing around with Shanann's mind and feeding her mind full of garbage, just like her friends were.
Yeah.
Spear in the head, right? Like she said.
Yeah. And then Shanann apologizes to her. Why would Shanann be sorry if Chris killed her? Why would Shanann come to her and the first thing she says is, I'm sorry, Mom? What is she sorry for?
Yep. If you got murdered, why would you be sorry? What, you didn't do anything. See, that's what I'm saying. Like there's it's you gotta really go back, and if people go back and look and analyze, you'll see so many hints and clues that you're gonna be like, oh my God. And it's a light's gonna go off in your brain and be like,
Oh, we can
wow.
break this stuff down all day long, man. I'm telling you, because people haven't even scratched the surface of the insanity that is this case. I'm telling you. Like, we can go all day long with these interviews, pulling apart all their shit, their little everything. They give a lot away because it's almost like they're telling you what they don't want you to know, because they have to give you an excuse for all the things that are going to pop up. So they think that, they think it's smart in their mind. Let me make an excuse for this now. Let me make an excuse for the blanket now while Shanann's still missing. So then when that pops up, they'll have an answer for it.
Yep. Yeah, it's just like when you talk about something that nobody, like, it's like when people give an answer to a question that nobody asks. It's like, well, I didn't ask you that. Why are you giving me an answer for it? It's like, are you guilty about something? Do you feel bad about something? Why are you talking about it? I didn't bring it up.
Well, yeah, and
same
even
thing.
like the way that they were talking to the investigators, treating it like a crime scene, the investigators kept telling them, we don't know what happened. There's no need to go there yet. And they kept telling them to back off.
Well, all I have to do is think about the crap that they were saying about those of us they were targeting. And if you look at the stuff they were saying about those of us they were attacking, it all ended up being true for her. All of it. It was like incredible how they were accusing people of exactly what they were trying to hide about her.
Jughead Jones wants to talk about the 111-minute phone call. They want to come up on panel.
I'm trying to post the link while I'm talking. That's why I sound so weird. And it's just coming up blank.
Okay.
Why does that Jughead name sound familiar?
It was the old Archie.
No. And Maria says that someone matched the gait to NA's son. I guess meaning like the walk and the body type to NA's son coming out of the garage. And you know what? And you know what though? He did or does have long hair, right? And that ponytail slicked back, and they had that obsession about the ponytail coming out of the garage and this and that. I mean, who knows? Maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Everybody's like the ponytail. Like, I mean, I watched that video like 1,001 times. It hurts my eyes. I tried to look at different ways. I don't know if anything else besides Chris came out, but maybe that's something too. Like, nobody's ever going to really know the truth unless Chris hopefully says one day,
Yeah, I kind of wonder if he even knows half of what, like
I wonder
I've
if he
said
even
before.
remembers.
Right.
Well, think about it. I'm sure that they probably, like with the Nate situation and the son, and I think anybody who was involved helping after what happened, they wouldn't have, I don't think they would have said, I don't think Sandy would have had them telling them that Shanann killed the kids and killed herself. They would have made it, they would have probably tried to lead them to believe that it was Chris. If they didn't actually see it, do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like
PJ,
if the son and the neighbor, let's say, didn't see what happened.
PJ just set the record straight, said it could be NA's son, the ponytail.
Yeah, the person in the driveway walking.
Right.
Wouldn't the 360 app show them there during that time or in the morning?
The 360 app actually, what she did was, if you look at those 360 apps, it's a part of the family plan. It's a combination of both her and her son's 360 apps. Apparently, the son had Nicole Atkinson's car and dropped Shanann and Nicole off and picked them up at the airport. But we've been told that Shanann and Nicole drove themselves in Nicole's car, which we know is a lie. So the son was involved. And then it's showing that the son, that Nicole and the son dropped off Shanann at the door. There's a 5-minute delay, and then Nicole Atkinson's phone goes in the house. So, and then what she did was try to give the cops her son's data, saying that it was hers, because the son went home, right? So his phone shows him going home. So the data that we have of Nicole supposedly going home is actually her son's data of him going home. But we can also see that her phone was, do you get what I mean?
Yeah, she must have definitely known what happened that morning, or have a pretty good idea how worried she was, and within
right,
hours.
And the cops didn't subpoena her records or anything. They just let her take screenshots and send them to her. And she took a month to do it. She had a month to do it. And by the time those things got submitted into the discovery, nobody was looking into it to investigate it. Nobody was doing any kind of investigating work on that discovery report. Basically, everything was just being piled up and put together. You know what I mean? That's all it was doing. They were just collecting and submitting the data. Nothing was being investigated at that time. So that would have got lost in the mix, and that wouldn't have got brought up until they went to court. And then if the lawyers would have seen that, then they would have been able to cross-examine her and say, why is it that we have the indiscrepancies with where you were located? And this shows that this is your son's phone that actually left, and where were you, and blah, blah, blah. But no, we never got to trial.
Yeah, Paula just says what I was going to say about the doorbell, the missing pieces. Where is the rest of the doorbell video?
Well, even other
videos
footage.
too.
Well,
So
that was
you're
another
saying,
thing. They never subpoenaed to get the records for that either. They allowed
That's
the Rusek
ridiculous.
to send them the JPEGs of the videos. And here's the funny thing. The Rusek sent the same, it was like one video, like 12 times. So if you look at the discovery, it looks like they sent like a multitude of different videos. Half of them were not, they were just like the same video over and over and over again. And they didn't even coincide with the evidence that the cops were actually expecting to receive. And again, that stuff never got looked into because that stuff came in later, just like Nate's stuff, just like Nicole's stuff.
See, I would think the cops would go directly to the camera company and want the records direct, whatever. Not
but I think that they were taking the family's word for it, and then at some point somebody at that department or in the FBI or whatever they were covering it up.
Yeah.
So that's why.
See, the thing is with that, the thing with that though, any family member could be a suspect, the mother, anybody. So that's what I'm saying. Like they could, I don't know who. Well, actually, probably the Watts family. I would even with the police department. How
they
could
saw the inconsistencies in Nicole's stuff? That was one of the reasons why they asked her to come back, because there were inconsistencies in her records. And that was just the stuff that they didn't even petition for. So can you imagine what they would have found if they would have actually got those records?
Here's something else, you guys. There's something called the chain of evidence. The makeup bag is a good example. For them to allow that makeup bag to leave Colorado and then to call them and say, hey, do you have that makeup bag? And have you opened it yet? okay, well, we'll pick that up from you when you return. And then they put that makeup bag into evidence. Any good defense lawyer at trial is going to be able to have that absolutely thrown, whatever. It would be up to them because
Contamination, severe
right, once that chain
contamination.
of evidence, the chain is broken, then it's
Yeah.
no longer credible, reliable, whatever, admissible.
Yeah.
And the same thing is true for all these videos. You can't have neighbors collecting their own video data
Nope.
and then clipping
Nope.
parts of it. You have to have
Yep.
the complete video, and it has to have a secure
Yep.
chain, where you show that the officer retrieved it, maybe got a subpoena, a search warrant, whatever, to obtain it. Like you
Yeah.
say, directly to the security
Yes.
company,
Yes.
and you get the
Yep.
complete video, and you have actual law enforcement personnel, actual investigators are reviewing the material, because who knows what Nate chopped out of it? Who
Yep.
knows?
Well,
Yeah.
here's the good thing, though. All that shit goes up in the cloud. So they could have tried to delete it from their devices, but that shit is stored somewhere. So if he ever did go to court, those things probably would be able to be pulled.
Yep.
Same thing with
That-
the phone
yep.
data and all the deleted text messages. Everybody thinks like, oh yeah, things mess up. They're not really that accurate.
Nope.
Bullshit, they ain't accurate.
Yeah. He does, Misty. He needs a trial. So he doesn't even have to say anything. If they pull the video and the phones from, the companies, they don't have,
Right.
it's going to show everybody everything, and nobody can cut, delete, like they do with the shows to make people look, the good guy, the bad guy, whatever. All edited.
Right.
They edited all that crap. And
But they knew, that's why I think they were pushing to get in that house, pushing to get the ball
Yes.
moving, pushing
Yes.
to get it on Chris. Because if they were just bombarding the police and everybody with the Chris bullshit, they were only looking at that. They were only going down that angle. And then that would have been suitable for the police at the time if they had any,
Well,
if
and I
they
want
had.
to say something in fairness to the police, too. At the point that he was arrested, at the point they had probable cause, and with the location of the bodies, quite frankly, in my opinion, they had probable cause, okay? At the point they had probable cause to arrest him, any investigation of any other person works against the prosecutor at trial, because the defense team says, well, if you're so sure it was him, then why did you keep investigating?
Exactly, yeah.
Okay. So they really did have their hands tied at the point of arrest, because they cannot head out there and investigate 10 other people when they're trying to make their case for the one that they have probable cause to arrest. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Right, right.
Yeah. And this person, Boomtown Cats, wants to know what would Nate's motivation be to chop the footage to edit it. I think money threats.
Yeah,
whatever.
and he was friends with Frank. He was friends with the Ruseks. They lived at the house. He knew them.
Yep.
And what was he doing all day, sitting around staring out the window being fucking Magnum PI? Did he not have a job or what?
Sounds like my roommate. Yeah, Magnum PI.
When I saw Little Mama comment, I thought, I bet Little Mama's going to be telling Honey Badger to clean up her mouth. But she didn't.
I say the F word a lot. I'm really refraining. I don't want you guys to think I'm foul.
Actually, swearing's a sign of intelligence.
Yeah, I say a lot of stuff.
It is. Google it.
Yeah, I did. I heard that a long time ago. I'm like, I don't know. When I get really angry, though, I don't care, and I even make up some words. I don't care, but whatever.
She's like, motherfucker.
Yeah. Oh.
I'm not sure it really is a sign of intelligence. It might just be something you were taught. Okay, let's see.
Probably, yeah.
These findings show that although cursing may not be socially desirable, it is not
Where's the said money coming from?
A predictor of intelligence or the lack thereof. It was shown that vocabulary and the desire to expand it may play a large role in intelligence.
Yeah, well, you're probably Googling it under the way you want to Google it, because there's plenty of studies here that show that it is.
It's also a sign of being artistic and things like that,
right?
Which that applies.
Honestly,
to me,
it's a sign of being fed up. I'm fed
Right.
up and I'm tired of
Exactly.
it. You know what I mean? Like,
Exactly.
I'm going to speak, whether they like it or not, I'm going to speak and I'm going to protect myself. Unfortunately, boo-hoo, you can't get to me. Sorry.
I said the F word when I was 33, and yeah, seriously, and it was because I hadn't said the F word that my friends were like, "Come on, you can say it. Come on, you can say it." And I'd be like, "No, I'm not going to say it." Right? So, but then through the years, you know, you learn how to say it sometimes, and it does feel good to say it.
It's
Seriously.
fun and it breaks the monotony. It like breaks the spell of the day. Like, think about it. Like, if let's say you're in a workplace, right? And it's quiet and everybody's miserable sitting at their desks and somebody stumps their toe and they're like, "Oh fuck." It's everybody stops what they're doing and looks. It breaks the cycle of monotony.
Well, with this case, like, I don't say the F word very often at all, and I'm not advocating it for anybody, okay? Like, definitely, you know, whatever. But with this case, I got to where I was using the F word. And I actually, like, I realized it and thought, okay, now when I first started using it, it was a very good thing because I was so, like Honey Badger just said, so fed up. Just fed up. Those scumbag attackers, I'll tell you, ugh, they're just the lowest of the low, okay? And when I used the F word a few times, it felt good. I did find myself kind of using it a little bit too much, so I stopped because I had an appointment, a business appointment, and I almost used it. Like, just because I was using it in the comment threads with the people who were posting crap on my channel. And when I almost used it at an actual business appointment, I didn't, and I stopped myself, but I felt like, oh my gosh, I gotta stop this. I'm not like 20, you know what I mean? I've gotta stop this. I still say
It's
it
not
though.
that big of a deal. It really isn't. I mean, it is
Well,
what it is,
it's
you know?
not that big of a deal,
I
but
think too, it's by like different professions too, you know, like,
right.
Yeah, I'm on YouTube. This is YouTube.
yeah.
Right,
Well,
right. And I will say
I'm not at work.
there was a point where it was very healing almost, or not healing, but what's the word, cathartic, to use it, because that's how, when you're like, I've never dealt with such scumbag evil people before. And when you guys don't even know the half of some of what I know, okay? There's one channel creator in particular who has done so many just despicable, terrible things. And, so far I haven't said a word, but when you know the stuff I know about some of these scumbag attackers and what they're pulling, it's as evil. I didn't know this evil existed on the planet. I had no idea this type of evil existed. So to use the F word was pretty much fitting for their low of low, I mean, I didn't say it to them, but I mean, there was a point there where using the F word wasn't all that bad. But I
I don't
just didn't
see a
want
lot
to.
wrong with it. It's
I
speech.
just
It's
didn't
just a
want to get into
word, you
the
know.
habit of it, because it just doesn't make sense to say it all the time. I'd say
Oh.
it one time in a business appointment, and I'll tell you, I wouldn't have that, I mean, because that just wouldn't fly,
I'm just trying to get my point across to these people. Keep poking at me. Keep poking at me and see what happens.
Yeah, like my husband says, don't poke the bear.
Mm-hmm.
Don't poke
Exactly.
the bear.
Danielle, you don't have to poke the bear. You can just file your nails.
Because I'm not the kind, I don't like authority and I don't like people telling me what to do. Especially some morons on YouTube.
I
Well,
don't
the part that
either.
really makes me, the part that makes me so angry, I guess I don't know if it's even the word angry, but the part that is just most disgusting, I think, is how they have pulled so much crap for 2.5 years straight, and then everyone's playing victim. Oh, Miss Mensa'S saying mean things. Well, you know what? Up yours, seriously, up yours. If you think, oh, Miss Mensa'S saying
Well,
mean,
right. They think everybody's just supposed to take it and accept it. It's like, no, I don't let anybody push me around like that. You know what I mean? I don't let anybody push me around like that. So I'm certainly not going to let some asshole on a nameless account push me around and tell me.
well, and at the
Okay.
same time, they're creating videos doxing my employer and telling people to call my employer.
Right, right. And
Oh,
doxing your
Miss
grandkids.
is saying mean, yeah, showing pictures of my grandkids, and then lying. Oh my goodness, lying every step of the way, but then being too stupid to know how to continue their lie, right? Because they'll lie, and then they slip up and say, oh yeah, we did this, we did that, but we didn't really mean it, I mean, they're so
No,
stupid.
see, what they do is they'll attack you, and then you'll say something about it on your channel, and then they send you a cease and desist letter for talking about it. These are the crazies that we're dealing with.
Or they fly into my hometown, park on the side of the road by my house, and when I see them and slam on my brakes, they take off like a bat out of hell, fly back home, and then they file a false police report saying I'm harassing them.
See, and that's where this is all wrong. For these people to take it to this level, this is bullshit. So this is why, like, we need to step up, and we need to be very loud about what's going on, because they can't get away with doing this. Somebody could get hurt.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and they've already
over this
harmed
bullshit,
people.
over Shanann.
They have already harmed people with the stuff that they've pulled. They have caused a lot of damages. They have caused a lot of harm. And here's the thing. The scumbags on the front row, and even the scumbag channel creators who are pushing the scumbags on the front row to do this crap, they don't have any assets at all. So they know it. They use these scumbag lowlifes to do the criminal stuff. Basically, they have nothing to lose,
Well,
right?
that's why I think they use the crazies, because
Yep.
then all they can say is, oh, well, yeah, they're crazy. Like these check
Right.
collectors on here who are making their little pennies, starting wars online, because they've pretty much weaponized the disabled. They've weaponized the
Mhm.
disabled. This
Mhm.
seems to be like the type of people that Sandy and them like to, bounce around. And then all of a sudden these people are like, well, you
They
can't
can't
say anything
manipulate.
about me. I'm a protected class. I'm this, I'm that. They got like their token disability person. They got their
Well,
token gay person. They got
the
their
scum-
token this.
the scumbags who they're using to do their dirty work, whether it's a channel trying to be the bigger, badder channel or whatever, the scumbags that they're using to do their dirty work, they don't even realize it. They don't even grasp the fact that they're just being used.
I
They're
know.
not,
And if
not
shit
their
really
friend.
did go down, those people would probably be held liable. Like if one
Right.
of those people actually went real life on behalf of the Rusex, who do you think's going to get in trouble? It ain't going to be the Rusex.
Technically, it would depend on who and what. Like, I'm talking about a specific channel creator who has scumbags doing stuff. That person is also liable or responsible because it's part of an organized criminal
Yeah, but if
harassment.
they can prove that,
Yes.
you see how these people do this shit. You see how they do it. It's hard to prove when it's on the internet. That's the problem.
I see what you mean.
Is when you got
Tracking
a
back
bunch
to
of
the
people involved, you don't
originator.
even know who you're talking to. If you got fake profiles, somebody named Sarah Lee Barnes, that could be a complete fake name. There's no paper trail. And there's ways around it. That's why they don't do anything about the stuff that happens on the internet, because it's too hard to prove.
Yeah, well, isn't there a case with like a young teenage boy committed suicide and they threw some girl for
Yeah, but that was his
someone to commit?
girlfriend, and that was like direct contact that they had between the two of them through the phone.
Oh,
Right. And I think what happens too, though, is that so many of us who have been attacked, we really don't want to spend our time dealing with scumbags. I think it's that simple.
But the
Like,
problem
there's a
is that
method.
if you have to spend the time, because if you have your life out there, you're doing damage control. You're having to go behind these assholes and clean up the mess they're making. It's ridiculous.
There is a method to their madness, and they've been doing it for quite a few years too. I think they started doing this like in 2015, because when the case of Christopher Watts came out, the known attackers that we know of, and we know a lot of the nasty stuff they've done, they claim that they've been working together for 3 years, and that was in 2018. So they started pulling this crap on social media in 2015.
well, even how crazy it is where they had that Trent guy or whatever saying he hooked up with Watts and that hairstylist.
Yeah, that was all garbage, all connected to Sandy and Nicole Atkinson.
Yeah,
How was Trent connected?
Wasn't it through a nursing program or something?
yes, yeah.
Yeah.
And then that young woman who said that she had a Tinder date, she was actually
Yeah.
working.
Good old head injury. Yeah,
She
had a
was
head-
working. So she didn't really have a Tinder date then?
No, she worked for Nicole Atkinson sweeping hair in the salon that Sandy worked in with Nicole Atkinson.
And so she came out to to the press saying that she had some kind of casual sex
Yeah,
with
that
him?
they met at Chick-fil-A and were having sex in the parking lot, and that he like strangled her while they had sex. I don't know what it is about
Oh
these
yeah, I heard that.
MLM broads in the Chick-fil-A parking lot, but there's a lot going on in that Chick-fil-A parking lot.
Well, it's
So-
a Christian thing to do, I guess.
So the police weren't appalled or upset or
They
intrigued?
just, the police chalked it up as that they were just trying to get their 15 minutes of fame. Because they ruled them out. They ruled both of them out. And both of
Okay.
them had mental problems, drug problems and mental problems.
Okay,
And
so
then the Tinder broad had a head injury and drug problems.
so they have two people with a direct connection to two subjects of the case, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they didn't investigate that further as to
And
why
I think the Tinder broad, like months later, actually admitted that that it might not have been Chris, that it could have been another guy, because she has a hard time remembering, and she sleeps with a lot of guys on Tinder, so it could have been a different guy.
And it makes you wonder if that was even true, or if she was told to say that.
Well, I
You know
think
what I
I
mean?
think that was her excuse after the cops ruled her out as being full of shit.
Right.
So yeah, she was probably told to say that.
Maybe they should have arrested anybody who was making false statements to the police, and then maybe they would have told the police even more.
Well, didn't Coder call the chick out on it? Like, why are you here? Or was that Trent? I know Coder called one of them out for, like, why are you wasting our time?
Trent went to the media before he even went to the police. Do you remember that? He gave the media a story, and the media ran with it. And then the police ended up doing a follow-up on it. He never even called the police.
Oh.
Oh, that's
and
pretty
then
weird.
his mom admitted that, yeah, he's kind of got some mental health issues, and he does this and he does that. So, we love him to death. God bless his heart, but he's not all there.
So I don't know. This whole, one of the first things I noticed about this case was, I've told you guys before, I didn't even hear about this case like for the first couple weeks. And when I did hear about it, it shocked me that the headline said that he was the murderer. He was the killer. He was the murderer. This is the first time ever that I've seen a true crime case in the headlines where they aren't saying alleged.
Well, the cops weren't leaking that information. The private sources were.
Right, exactly.
So they were
And the
feeding the storyline.
And People Magazine too kept having, an inside source, an anonymous source. It's like, what? People Magazine? When did People Magazine become the news headline?
Right, or the Guardian online.
Right,
That's another one they like
exactly.
sending shit to, the Guardian.
It's all about money.
Yeah, I
Now,
think that's what it all boils down to in the end.
The other neighbor, Betty, what do you guys think about her information?
I think she actually had some pretty decent information. I think
So
that
did
maybe she got like the color of things wrong. You know what I mean? But she had some pretty decent information, and they basically brushed her off like she was just some old loony.
Yep. I think because she was telling the truth too.
Right, because there was a vehicle parked on that gravel driveway. Somebody was parked over there, and she seen it, and she said it was a gray truck. But if it was dark, that could mean it's baby blue. That could mean it's, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it could have been navy blue, any shade of gray,
right,
black.
And the way that the truck was facing, she would have been looking at the front of the truck, like the front of it. You know what I mean? So that was even harder to tell what color it is if you're looking at just the front, from the front view. She didn't say anything about seeing the car pull out, because she said that she saw it there and then she walked away, and then by the time she got back, it was gone.
Yep.
I just went to let my dog in, and he went running past the door. So I'm like, oh no, I hope it isn't a raccoon out there.
Maybe it's a shiner.
I don't think they would dare. And I hope for their sake they don't attempt. He was right here. He tells me when he wants to come right back in, and then I opened the door and he went flying past the door.
Maybe the bear's out there. Maybe your attack bear's out there.
Well, when it went flying by, I didn't have my thing muted and I almost screamed. I was like, "Ah!" I know one of these days I'm not going to be paying attention. I'm going to open the door and I know damn well a raccoon is going to come walking in.
We used to have
Like
them.
that one commercial with the lady, she don't have her glasses on, and she opens the door, let the cat in, and the raccoon comes in.
Yeah, seriously. Oh, good. Here he's back by the window again. I'm going to mute this just in case.
There's
Okay, so
some
anyways,
guy.
guys. So how's your day, Cooter?
Oh, it's splendid. I had the day off, so was able to relax. What about you?
Well, it's going all right so far.
Awesome.
I wasn't expecting to get on any lives today, but then I heard that we were under attack, so I was like, well, maybe I'm going to have to speak my piece.
Yeah, no, I think you have so much knowledge and you can articulate things very well. So it's always a pleasure having you on and hearing you. I'm surprised you don't have your own channel, or do you?
No, I don't. That's a lot of time consuming stuff. And plus with all the drama surrounding all this, like I just don't need that headache, you know what I mean?
Oh, definitely. I don't know. I was thinking about starting a channel, but what you're saying with all the drama and the time
Well, I
goes
mean, there's
into it.
ways to do it. There's ways to do it. If you can avoid the noise, like if you can avoid the comments and all the nastiness, then, it might be worth it.
Yeah.
But I like to help. I like to just help, I've been studying it on my own. I tried not to watch a lot of the garbage, like tried to just formulate my own opinion based on the evidence. And I've just been wrapped up in it for the past 2 years, and I've never ever had an opportunity to really talk about it because nobody else lets anybody have any, nobody lets anybody talk in this community.
Yeah, that's
Everybody
one
gets-
thing.
So that just makes you want to talk about it even more.
Yeah. There's been a lot of censoring and stuff going on YouTube lately. It's been awful,
Mm-hmm.
especially if you disagree with the moderators or the creator.
Right. It's like you can't even join into the chat. You can't even, and then if they see you on other channels, like it's almost like they got like a list or something, of people that they don't want talking on these channels. There's been times where I've just gotten blocked, like where I've just went into a place and wasn't even able to comment because I was already blocked. And I don't
Wow.
even know any of these people, and these people don't know me just from me simply commenting.
Right, because they watch people on all the channels.
Mm-hmm.
And they're connected too. I went into a live chat the other night, and it was one of, I think it's whatever his name is. He used to attack me when he was with another channel, but he left.
Is it the Australian?
No, he's some guy who was being attacked by the channel he used to attack me with, and so.
Was that the anonymous guy? The guy who was pretending to be anonymous because anonymous cares about the Watts case?
No, this is the guy who he was like the guy, I don't know, the flavor of the month or whatever of another channel creator, and he would attack me really bad. And then now he's supposedly fighting with her, which I highly doubt. I think they're working together. But he was doing a live chat, and man, as soon as they were talking about a different case. I made one little simple neutral comment, and they all started attacking me. It was like, really, like grow up and discuss the
Yeah,
case.
there's definitely something going on. And I think a lot of these people are just parasites that are trying to link themselves up with the families of these cases,
Right.
just so that they can like exploit them themselves and make money off of them. Because what they're doing, what I'm seeing is that they're like offering help to these families, right? And they're like starting little fires and saying, "Ooh, look over here. Look what's being done. I can help you." And then all of a sudden these wars are being waged. I think this is like some new form of scamming. I mean, and this could have been done before, but maybe it's just because we're on social media now. Now we're actually seeing people do it on social media.
Well, and the whole idea that you and I, many of us, of course, have watched this crap right from pretty much the beginning, right? We've seen channels go from she was a terrible mom to he killed everybody to she was cheating on him to You know, they go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Like, how can you change your opinion that many times? I think they're looking.
How is it that only certain channels that are saying certain things are getting attacked? There's other channels that will put things out there, but they don't. I don't know how to explain it.
Right.
They're
Well, even
singled
look at
out.
the Kim channel.
Singled out. You mean like
Right. It's
selective?
only
Yep.
yeah, and it's weird because the channels that are getting attacked are the ones that are actually discussing the facts. They're the ones that are actually talking about what's in the discovery. They're the ones that are actually talking about the meat and potatoes of the case. The other ones who are talking about it, and some of them go off on weird theories and conspiracy theories, because that's what they were bitching about, the conspiracy theories. Well, was anybody attacking What Do You See or whatever that name was? That one broad that was on here the other day with the camera magic and the manipulations. Has
We were
anybody
nice to
attacked her?
her. We all knew she was crazy. I mean, we were. I mean, I didn't
Has
try really
anybody
hard to
ever
not say
attacked
anything.
Gab Girl? Has
No.
anybody attacked Mia? Mia comes up with some crazy shit. I never seen her being attacked.
I think because they know that there's certain people that people will believe and will listen to over others, and they think they don't have to worry about them. Like they're lower on the totem pole. You know.
Yeah. I'm not as nice as you are. I think that it's organized, and I think they sign on, and I think they get their list at the beginning of the month of what they're supposed to do. And I think when people like Megan J come on, that they say, let Megan be your wrench and go to.
And why wouldn't they be upset with her? Why wouldn't they be upset with her? That's a conspiracy theory right there, saying it's a government psyop and that they're actors. Shouldn't Sandy be pissed off at Megan J for saying that she's an actress and that her daughter didn't really exist? You know what I mean?
Well, and it's interesting how they all say, hey, how you doing? How you doing? How you doing? They're all buddy. They all want to be pals. They all want to hate the same people at the same time. And then, what I've seen lately, there are just a couple of women who were absolutely downright dirty, couple of the worst attackers ever. And they're playing victim now, like, oh, gee, boo-hoo, whatever. They're scumbags. They've proved it over and over again. They're scumbags. And now they're boo-hooing because they don't like it that their fellow scumbags don't let them be scumbags with them anymore. It's like, what?
Well, just kind of like with how they dethroned Bam Bam. Have you heard about this? How they've kind of taken away her whatever because she had attacked somebody and went after their kid. She's been doing that for 2 or 3 years. She's been doing that same shit. Nobody said nothing, but now all of a sudden the Ruseks want to distance themselves from her. She said just as worse. She's talked about pushing people to suicide.
Well, let me tell you something. One of the people who's boo-hooing is who I'm talking about. That whole Bam Bam thing. And I don't know, like I said, I've spoken with Bam Bam on the phone. She treated me fine on the phone. She and I don't talk. I don't know, whatever. But the boo-hoo, that's where I heard about that, was that one of the people who was a scumbag attacker attacking me is whining that supposedly Bam Bam said something bad about her daughter. Excuse me, that person spent days, weeks, months trying to ruin my life. Their goal was to destroy my life, okay? Calling my kids, calling my employer, calling my house, hanging up in the middle of the night. Absolutely hell-bent, intent on destroying my life. And the word destroy is their word. And she's whining because Bam Bam from over in the UK or wherever she is said something about her daughter. And didn't she dox her own daughter? Wasn't that the one who doxed her own daughter? I can't remember, and I don't want to spend any time.
Well, then it's either one of two things. They're either doing it to make it look like other people are also being attacked, or, these people are just virtue signaling morons and they forgot that 3 months ago they were doing the same shit to somebody and they just can't take the frickin' heat.
Exactly. Whatever Bam Bam said about her daughter, big flippin' deal when she happens to be the person who ganged up with a bunch of scumbags who literally threatened my life. And she was laughing about it.
Well, they used to run around with Bam Bam doing it with Bam Bam.
She was promoting a pack of lies. The two of them I'm talking about promoted a 700-page dossier packed full of lies about my family and me. And they promoted this lie. What was it they were saying one time, that the whole fundraising scam that was going on with a bunch of Facebook weirdos? They were blaming me for stuff. And I was never any part of any fundraising, anything, okay? And that's what they were telling people. Oh, yeah, did you know? Mensa this, Mensa that. They were totally lying. They absolutely knew they were totally lying. And now they come across with, oh, I'm sorry if I may have said something that may have offended you. You know? Like,
right.
really?
And then when they get called out on it, they're like, oh, just forget about it. It happened a few months ago. Why can't we just move on? I'm being a better person now.
Exactly. Let's move on. But now let's pretend that supposedly Bam Bam said something too harsh. Really? Did Bam Bam spend months trying to destroy their lives? I don't think so. Right? It's just amazing to me how they act. You know, it's about, like, I don't want to hear their half-assed apology, because they don't even know how to apologize. You know, well, if I might have, maybe, possibly, blah blah blah. You know, God gave me a terrific memory. So
yeah, me
just
too. That sucks, right?
it does, and you know, it's a curse at some points, because you remember this stuff. And Daniel Bishop saying he's sorry, but then not removing the videos all the way, right?
Yeah.
But they got AdSense on them, Mensa.
Well,
They got AdSense on them.
Robbie's sitting there
Who's
saying that,
Mensa?
well, that it might have been when he was drunk. You know, well, excuse me, you don't remember because you were drunk. You know, that's probably one of the cheapest excuses ever.
I was going to ask
So
you,
I'm
Miss
sorry,
Mensa, did you? Oh no, so did you? You know, I don't know if you want to say or not, but do like police reports on these people and things like that, and you know,
yeah,
report things because.
I definitely don't want to say exactly what's going on with that, because that is not something, you know, that the scumbags are, you know,
No,
sitting.
I'm sure. Just because I mean, I'm sure. Obviously, you know, and most people know that they have like departments now for stuff like that, and there's a lot of internet things that they can do and things to get, and like they those people will get in trouble. Is what I'm saying. They will get in trouble.
Well, and I don't know if you know it, but one has actually been sentenced already.
Okay,
and
no, I didn't know that. I don't know that much about. Just all I know from what you say on here. I don't go to any other channels or anything else. That's why some stuff I'm not even aware of until you mention it. But I'm just saying there's a lot of high tech stuff now because of.
Right. Exactly right.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly right.
Okay.
And we do have an idea.
Okay. Okay.
But
no, I just want to
you
make sure because I would be right. You know, getting stuff done because these people think that they can like get away with that or not be punished for things like that. It's not true.
And like
They
I
will
was
be
saying
punished.
earlier, I think they do recruit certain people so that they know how to try to pull different things, right?
Okay.
Like we were talking about earlier. But at the end of the day, the people who are organizing it, the people who are fueling it, are just as culpable as the frontliners that they're using. Just as culpable, and even more so because they're organizing it. But yeah,
and these people just aren't talking shit. They're going real life. So that's a whole nother story.
And
that's what I'm saying. Actually,
they've been going real life since day one. I get text messages. I get, you know, my kids get harassed. My employer gets harassed. They've been doing this right from the start. Okay. So this is not like, gee, I wonder, you know, if maybe they don't like my opinion. This is organized. It's planned. It's despicable. It's criminal. And I'll say this much. I don't even have to worry about collecting my own information. I'm simply notified when there are things especially concerning. So we definitely are on top of it.
I used to cut a guy's hair too. He was in the FBI and he was in a department like that. And we used to talk about things all the time, about things he was working on and, you know, things like that. Besides what I know already, but you know.
Well, and I think that's something that I think that the people who are actively involved with trying to harm other people, that they should take note. You know, I've been patient for a very long time, And some people might say too patient or whatever. I've been patient for a very long time. I don't plan on spending my time engaging with scumbag thugs, okay?
No.
So I have afforded them a tremendous amount of patience. My patience wore thin on October 13 of 2020 when in the middle of the night I received 3 harassing phone calls, okay? From somebody using
I
a
remember
robo.
that. I looked up the number. I was watching when it happened. I knew it was coming from
Yeah,
your area too. I was like, oh shit.
yes, and that's when my patience wore thin, and that's when I decided I'm not taking this shit anymore. These scumbag attackers have been fortunate that I.
And I know who did it. I know who did it, Mensa, because the number like went straight to the person whose number it was. And I didn't
Yes.
say anything because you deleted the video right away. Because I was gonna be like, oh shit, and put it all in the comments.
Well, when that happened, I realized these people are psycho. I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
she slipped up on that one, didn't she?
they're psycho, and
She
if
was
they're
probably
so,
drunk and forgot to hide her number with the *67 or whatever, however they do it.
if the psycho is so out of control that they are using robo voices to disguise their voice, yet calling at 1 o'clock in the morning in the middle of the night with, I mean, come on. But they evidently aren't aware enough or in control enough to realize that their phone number is coming straight through, right? They're out of control. I mean, this is out of control. These are people who call themselves adults. These are people who pretend to themselves that they have a career on YouTube.
And then
right?
do you remember like a few days later, she got up on her live and she's like, yeah, I call people's phones. Yeah, I call people's phones all the time. If I got a question, I'll call their grandkids. I'll call their husband. I don't care. I'm a journalist. I'm a writer. Fucking psycho.
Oh my god.
She's another one that needs to take a long walk off a short pier.
Well, I mean, that's the part that I get to the point where it's like, no more. I'm not taking it anymore. But, at the same time that GoFundMe was being used to harass me because all the people who were part of it were posting crap comments on my channel telling me I was going to prison for life. There were lies. There were slanderous comments being made. There were threats. Remember that one avocado? I'm coming for you, Mensa. I'm coming for you. Well, something that people don't know about avocado is she was filing complaints against me. I stood up to her through YouTube and I won. So you know how she took that little break because evidently she was stressed or whatever? Well, just funny thing that her break coincided with right when YouTube notified me that I won. It's like these people, they're just very short-sighted is how I'll say it. They're very short-sighted if they think that a 2.5-year attack against an innocent woman is a good idea. It isn't a good idea. At some points I am busier than others with my job. And gee golly, I happen to have a little time on my hands, right? So I went ahead and filed a report. I went ahead and I don't mean to the police, that was done long ago. I went ahead and filed complaints and reports. And, I'm done taking their shit. I'm done. They have proven to me over and over again they're scumbag attackers. And I'm standing up for myself. And I'm standing up for each and every one of you to have the right to discuss true crime cases without having a bunch of psychos on your tail.
Woo woo.
Yeah, really. I just sat back and went, yeah.
Well,
And
I mean, think about it. If you cut them off at the knees, they can't continue to do this. If people protect themselves, and if they're on these platforms, like just on YouTube, just make a profile that's private, that doesn't connect to anything. That way you can freely say what you want to say without having to worry about them backtracking your information.
But
Like if
here's
we're
the
going
other
to
part.
exercise our rights, then maybe
Here's
we
the
have
other
to put
part,
a
though.
little.
If you are a writer, if you are an actual writer, okay, then you don't have a fake profile.
Well,
You have
right,
your name.
right, exactly.
Mhm.
But what I'm saying is for people, you know what I mean? For
And when
the
you have your
future
own business,
references.
you have your online presence with your
Like you
website.
guys do remember when the internet first came out, like you didn't talk to strangers online. You didn't put your personal information out online, right? Like that was a thing, And then once social media platform came out, right? People forgot that the internet was never a safe place. but all of a sudden they're sharing everything about themselves on these platforms. And now everything that they're sharing has been sold to third parties, and all that shit's being used against you right now as we speak.
Well, here's the thing, though. If you have a real estate company, you have an online presence. You have your bio right out there. I have my own mediation business. I have my resume right out there. Okay, I'm on the court rosters. It's public information.
Right. And it's a shame, but that's what these assholes will do. That's the only way that they can get to you. And you know what I mean? It's a shame and it's unfortunate, but you do have to protect yourself. Now, knowing what you know now, you probably do things a little bit differently, right?
No, there's no way to do it differently, because never in my world would I have imagined that a bunch of psycho effing nutcase biatches would have gathered round and pretended to themselves that they had the power to ruin my reputation.
Yeah, see, I don't really operate on social media too much. I'm not really a social media person.
Well, the only social media stuff that I did was the true crime stuff. I had a lot of discussion groups and stuff. They've invaded each and every one of them. They've pulled their crap for 2.5 years, and
we're up against a new kind. We're up against a new kind of problem. So we have to fix things. We have to take the necessary steps in order to be able to continue to do what we need to do, especially with exercising your rights. Even with political stuff. I mean, look at the stuff that's gone on. People getting attacked just for their political views.
Well, let me tell you though. Step one is to stand firm, because who the hell do they think they are? They go on and on about how they're going to destroy my reputation, showing clearly that they don't know how reputations are made. Okay? They talk about the whole, we're going to destroy her. She's old. It'll be easy. Well, 2.5 years later, guess what? We have 229 people who are actively discussing the case wide out in the open. Okay? So they failed. They failed every step of the way. They tried to scare me into silence, and they failed. And what they did, quite frankly, is they showed their true colors all the way, every step of the way. They kept failing over and over and over again. By us having this live chat, by us being able to have this channel, okay, to speak with each other in the comment threads, we're publicly stating our opinions on the case of Christopher Watts. They have failed. Period. They have failed. If they want to keep trying, they are definitely testing my patience. And they have been gifted up to this point with not being prosecuted. They have been gifted up to this point with not being sued. Okay? Those days are done. Those days are over. We're going to have this discussion. And if they think they're going to pull the shit that they've been pulling for 2.5 years, they're wrong. I'm going to quit bitching here.
Well, no, that's how I was feeling earlier. That's how I was feeling earlier. Is she gone?
I think she muted her phone.
Yeah, I'm going to mute it and take this call really fast.
Hope it's not a shiner. Get some death threats during the live stream.
That's really awful. I can't understand that at all.
Yeah, like not too long ago. I think it was toward the end of it was the end of last year. I remember I was sitting there and she was doing a live, or it wasn't a live stream, it was a video. And then all of a sudden she gets the call and there's like this creepy ass robo voice, like making threats on the phone. And then it read off the number. It said the robo voice read off the number of the actual call. The whole thing was an automated thing. Like somebody actually had to punch it in and then punch in whatever robo voice, whatever they wanted him to say. And right in the middle of her doing a video. And then she shut it off. And then she said something about it like a day or two later. But it is it is a popular content creator in this community. I heard the number as it was going when I watched the video, and I looked it up, and it went straight to her name. Straight to her name. I don't want to say who it is because, I don't know what Mensa'S is doing with all that, but it's somebody who's in this community, and she should have been doing what she was doing.
I'm back. And the fact too that the message said something to the effect of, you better stop harassing me or I'm going to sue you for harassment. Okay, this person's calling my home phone at 1 a.m. three times in a row.
Their identity nonetheless. And doing a bad job.
Didn't you post the voicemail like 3-4 weeks ago or something?
No, that was back in October.
Mm.
Oh, the voicemail you're talking about, that was like 6 months ago. You mean the guy calling me names and everything?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's been multiple.
Yeah, there've been a lot of them. The guy wanting phone sex, yeah.
How
Yeah, that's
romantic.
right. They put your thing on there. Yeah, I forgot about that. And you had all
Yeah.
the perverts calling you.
And then they also posted all sorts of weird stuff. Oh my gosh. Telling people to call the police, that I'll be arrested soon, telling people that I'm a fraud, telling people that I don't really have my law degree, telling people that I didn't really go to college. I mean, just the weirdest stuff. The weirdest stuff. One of the more psycho ones, said that she knows that I don't really have my law degree because she asked me a legal question and I wouldn't answer it. I told her she needed to go get a lawyer. Well, that's what you do when you have a wingnut asking you a bunch of legal questions. Like, there's no way in H I'm going to give a psycho a bunch of legal advice, right?
No.
So I said to her, you need to talk to your lawyer. And then she's running around saying to everyone, I know she doesn't have her law degree because she didn't know anything when I asked her legal questions.
And to think, like, as much investigating as they do on you, you think that would have been one of the first things they found. You know what I
Right.
mean?
Right.
Come on.
They said that I don't really have my law degree, that I'm just using my son's credentials. Like, how do you use your son's credentials?
Maybe in the Ruset camp, that's how it works.
Yeah. Did you Photoshop your name onto his degree or license or
That's
whatever?
gotta be it.
Yeah.
I just put a
Unbelievable.
wig. Yeah, I photoshopped a wig on and said, "Yep, that's me." But I mean,
Mm.
that's how insane the crap is. And day after day, there's some weird new thing. Right now they're infiltrating classmates.com claiming they were in my class. That they graduated with me. It's just disgusting. It's one thing after another. Shenanigan Maker says, "Oh, damn, Mensa'S. I didn't even know you were an attorney. Where do you practice?" Yeah, right, Shenanigan Maker. Like, you think I'm going to engage in that conversation with you? You know better. Stop it. Shenanigan
Some of
Maker
the
says, "I'd
comments.
love to chat." That's the other thing. I don't discuss my career at all. I don't discuss my family at all. I don't discuss where I live at all. They don't know which state I'm in at any given time, right? They have no right to discuss my personal life. Because I've written books on true crime cases does not give them the right. Because I have a channel on YouTube does not give them the right to discuss my personal or professional life at all. They have no right to do so. That would be like me saying, "Oh, Danielle's a hairstylist. I'm going to find out where she worked, and then I'm going to go ahead and do a video on where Danielle worked." That is
My
called
beard needs a trim.
criminal harassment and stalking.
Mm-hmm.
Because Danielle is discussing a true crime case and you may not like her opinion, doesn't give you the right to even talk about where she cuts hair.
I know. I was thinking about that. I'm like, oh, because like when you talk, and like I said, I'm not a very suspicious type of person. So when I speak very freely, and I'm like, oh, am I saying that I say too much? Am I like, I'm just being myself, but then I can't be myself. I don't,
Right, there's a fine line, because do we all hide, do we cower, or do we stand firm and say, no, this stuff's illegal and we're not going to take it? And here's the other thing. Even if there is no immediate, because it does take a long time, of course, but even if there's no immediate recourse, okay, then people in this community should be so disgusted by what they see going on. And it is not that difficult to see. When you see an avocado going ballistic in one of her videos saying she's coming for me, every person who has a heart should have seen that video and said, I am out of here, because this.
You know what? But that's the problem, is because this is an entertainment platform, and I think people see so much of the drama and the bullshit going on, they probably can't decipher what's actually real. I know that there's people that think all of these channels like are all in on it together, and they're all just, you know what I mean? It's
But
like, no, people
when
need to
Alice Cooper
differentiate what's real and what's not.
when Alice Cooper sat on her couch and read her script and said that my little toe was really fat or something. I think she was saying my little toe was really fat,
Oh my
and she was
God.
saying that I had an 8th grade education, if that, or something like that. She doubted I even had an 8th grade education. Okay, when she was reading that script full of slanderous crap about me and also about Cindy Watts, every single person who has subbed to her channel should have been disgusted by her behavior. And instead, they sit there and say, "Oh, let's do crafts. What'd you
Well,
get?"
they probably can't say anything or they'll get the mommy wrath. You know what I mean? She goes
So
off on them when they step out of line.
Yeah.
is their need to belong so desperate that they
That is
sit
what it
back?
is. It's the loneliness and the need to belong. And these people can't take being not liked or saying the wrong thing or being X'd out. Like, I don't give a shit what people think about me. That's not even my business. I treat people, you know what I mean? I know who I am as a person. I treat people accordingly and I take care of my shit and my people. You know what I mean? So I don't give a fuck what these people on the internet have to say about me. I can give
Yeah,
two
fuck
shits
them.
what they think. And that's the problem is too many people care what other people think. You
It
shouldn't
is
care what
very.
strangers, you know,
It is.
strangers behind a profile have to say about your opinion or
Let
your
me tell you though,
pictures.
it's really disturbing that when I started speaking out saying it isn't right what people are saying about Cindy Watts, right away they claimed that I was working for Cindy Watts and that I was taking my talking points from Cindy Watts. No, I was just standing up for seeing a person being verbally, attacked by a bunch of psychos. And why doesn't everybody do that? I mean, if you take a look at that video that Alice Cooper has up, watch it. It's disgusting how she speaks about Cindy Watts and how she speaks about me. How on earth can that person ever be credible to
Does she
anybody?
even still have that up? Does she even
Yep.
still have that up? Because I think when Set the Record Straight did those videos on her, she might have deleted that.
Nope, that one's still up.
It's still up.
Yeah, she's not gonna let go of all those commercials. She's raking in her little pennies.
Yeah,
To
I
hell
am
with
not a fan.
integrity, to hell with credibility, to hell with being an evil person who wants to bash a woman who lost her grandchildren. How dare people be attacking Cindy Watts the way they are? How dare they? But they dare. They dare, because they're in it for the money, it looks like.
Yeah, well, I've noticed lately, and it's weird because you see Sandy more involved with her channel now. I noticed that she's not as nasty as she used to be. It seems like she's trying to. I think she's afraid because she's got advertisers and stuff like that. I think she's not trying to push the real nasty with people, and she's really, really kind of like she's toned it down.
Who? Alice Cooper?
Yeah.
Well, if she wants to tone it down, she might want to go through her video collection and start getting rid of the slander.
Well, you know what? That's all going to work itself out. She's going to crash and burn is what's going to happen to her. She's got hers coming. You don't mess around with stuff like this. You don't mess around with people. You don't treat people the way that, you know what I mean? It's just not cool. It's not cool what goes on in with some of these groups of people.
It
It's
isn't.
just not. And that's going to backfire. It's going to backfire. Everything has consequences.
And I'm not on any payroll of Cindy Watts, let me tell you. But it's pretty sad that Cindy Watts tells me that Set the Record Straight and the Lady Justice channel are the only two that she can stand to ever listen to, because she knows that they're truthful who aren't going to be bashing her.
Miss Mensa, do you think one day Cindy will, make statements or speak or, add more to her last interview? Because I really hope so.
I hope so too. I do believe that she will speak. I believe that, I think Ronnie and Cindy are regular hardworking people who raise their kids well. Anyone who wants to bash their parenting, I just laugh, because they weren't threatening divorce. They weren't having any police called to the house. They weren't doing any kind of drinking or drugging. There wasn't any dysfunction in their home. They had one of the grandparents right across the street. Those kids had a stable home environment. They went to church on Sunday, okay? The house was clean, and Cindy is the one who cleaned it. They had good meals on the table at the same time every evening, okay? They had a stable home life. I don't think Ronnie and Cindy have a clue how evil this crap is, right? I think
agree.
losing their daughter-in-law, losing their grandchildren, losing their son for all intents and purposes, right? I think has been such a shock for them that I think, just really have been taking their time trying to grasp reality, right, of what's going on. And I think that there will come a time where Cindy says, she would probably never say F it, but I think, figuratively speaking, I think kind of an F it attitude, where she's probably going to come out and say exactly what she wants to say. And I'm here to tell you, I've spoken with Cindy for hours and hours and hours. She has a lot to say.
Okay, here, somebody's saying in the comment section that Cindy wrote a book. What?
My broken pieces.
Right.
Yeah, but wasn't that somebody who had a conversation with Cindy and then basically made a book about the conversation that she basically had with her?
Right. That was somebody who wrote a book based on things that she right. That's my understanding. It wasn't that Cindy wrote a book. I don't think Cindy wrote any part of anything. I think the person who wrote the book had conversations with Cindy, and then at a later time wrote My Broken Pieces, all my broken
Which
pieces.
is kind of like the Cheryl and Cadle fiasco, where she talked to Chris about a little something and then turned it into a whole big nothing.
Right, right. I do believe that Cindy will speak, and I do believe when she speaks, you will be shocked. But when she speaks, if she would hurry up and speak, then a lot of this crap would make sense. You know how you're talking about how this is also weird. Cindy has information that helps clarify. It also helps clarify exactly why Cindy would be sitting there saying, "We forgive you no matter what. We know what she was like," that kind of thing. Okay. She's being hated on for saying those things to her own son. She has the right to say whatever she wants to her own son. And I think if you knew what Cindy knows, then those words would absolutely fit. Plus, the other thing, people are bashing Cindy because she said things in an interview. I'll tell you, if I knew what Cindy knew at the time of that interview, I would have been naturally saying a lot more. I think Cindy was absolutely still in kind of a protective mode. She didn't say half of what she could have said. And I didn't see any malicious intent whatsoever with Cindy when she spoke.
I've never seen her say anything that I thought was out of the norm or inappropriate or anything. I ask all the time because they say it all the time. And all they say is she was bashing Shanann.
Here's an example.
Like, that's your perspective.
Here's an example. That reporter probably knew damn well that she didn't go to the wedding, right? Tell me about the wedding. Yeah, okay. So I wonder who that reporter spoke with before the interview.
Yeah, you know where they were taking their talking points from.
And so he said, how was the wedding or something? And Cindy said, we didn't go. Oh, you didn't? Now, if I was Cindy, I may have said, yeah, Bridezilla fired the ring bearer and the flower girl and my sister or my daughter and my, it wouldn't be her cousin. It'd be her nephew's first wife or whatever, right? I mean, that would have just come out. Yeah, she fired everyone in the bridal party. She was acting really berserko. It got really heated. It was weird. So we decided to stay clear of it because we didn't want our presence to upset the Bridezilla, That would have been fair. That would have been totally fair. Maybe not calling her Bridezilla. But what did Cindy do? She bites her tongue and she goes, well, she and I never really got along. That isn't true. They got along fine for 5.5 years. But she took it upon her own shoulders, just like Christopher Watts always took everything on his own shoulders. That it was his responsibility somehow if she wasn't happy or if she was angry or to not make her angry or whatever. Cindy did the same thing in the interview. She could have said, well, if you would have seen how she was acting a week before the wedding, you wouldn't have gone either, And
yeah, I think Sandy blew all that out of proportion by going on national television and driving it into everybody's head. That you're not going to talk about my daughter like that. I'm going to come at you. She did it multiple times. Remember, they made the public statement that they were going to go after anybody talking about the daughter. And then she did it again on Dr. Phil. She took the opportunity to take cheap shots at Cindy again, acting as if Cindy said that Shanann deserved to die.
Well, and that's what they say about this channel too. They keep saying that that's what that we say on this channel, that
Nobody in their right mind would ever say that. Like, no, that shouldn't even be said. Nobody deserves to die.
Nobody has ever said that on this channel at all, and yet that's their accusation. Or even that video that they made, recently, saying the free Christopher Watts channel.
Yeah, now they're labeling us. Now we got these new labels. Now we're the free Christopher Watts channel. Get the fuck out of here.
So yeah, I mean, I don't think Cindy has ever, and the same thing for me, the same thing for any of us discussing this case. We have no malicious intent whatsoever. We care about the fact that 2 little girls were murdered in what should have been the safety of their own home. If that's a bad thing, then shame on anybody who's telling us that's a bad thing. But you want to talk malicious intent? That's the scumbag attackers who they're boasting loudly that they're going to destroy anybody. What? That's malicious intent.
And they're the ones putting it in people's heads. They're the ones that are putting this garbage in people's heads and like expecting them to react. And then almost like guilting people. Like, if you don't feel the same way, then you're an awful person. So do my evil bidding, moron, Well,
and then to hear, someone posted at the very beginning that other channel creators have vowed to defend whatever. Like, are you kidding me? You know what? Go clean up your own little.
Well, why don't they defend all these other people they're talking about? Why are they so up in arms about Shanann? What about the Gannon case? What was it? The Stouch case or whatever?
Yeah,
all these other cases. I don't see them white knighting.
Well, because maybe in those cases the family members aren't putting up with the bullshit from the scumbag attackers.
Exactly.
And that's the problem, I think, even over on the Watts side, because Cindy does speak to a lot of people who she likes to believe they're actually being honest with her,
Yeah, she answers her phone, which she shouldn't do.
And I told her to stop answering her phone. I told her to get a lawyer. And if anyone does get a hold of her, then to just give them the lawyer's phone number,
That reminds me, have you ladies heard anything about the Frankie's lawyer trying to get in contact with Chris, calling the Dodge Correctional?
I haven't heard that. I heard that all I heard was that people were saying that Kim said that. Oh wait, was it Kim who said it, that Frank was trying to get a hold of him?
Yeah, then she turned around and said it was the lawyer.
I could have swore to God that when Chris said that Frank had come there with papers or something, maybe like a year ago, that wanted him to sign something or wanted him to talk to him about something, and Chris said that, that he wasn't talking to them anymore. Do you remember that, Mensa? I almost remember when this conversation happened, and this wasn't recent. Because remember, that's finally when Chris put his foot down and said that he was done dealing with them?
I do remember something like that they wanted him to sign something and he said no.
Yeah, because he was tired of being manipulated by these fucking people.
Well, I don't think he said that. I think it was...
No, that's my words, that he was just, like that. I think that something had been mentioned that he was finally put his foot down and said that something to the effect of, if you have something, then it could be sent to the lawyers, because they were trying to contact him for something, which is, why are they trying to contact him in jail? What do they need to be asking him anything for in jail?
Well, what did you say, Cooter? Did you say that Frankie had a lawyer?
Yeah.
Who was trying to contact Christopher?
Yeah, according to Kim, Frank had a lawyer try to get in contact with Chris and wanting to talk about 35C. I believe also about
the DNA of the baby, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. And this happened. I'm telling you, Mensa, like I could probably figure this out. Like, if I go back through my shit, I could probably pinpoint exactly when that phone call was. And it wasn't recent. And I don't think it was about the 35C or the DNA of the baby.
Right. Well, I don't think a lawyer is going to be contacting a prison and saying,
like, it happened around the time when we found out about the lawsuits. over the insurance policy. I think that's around the time, like right before
Right.
that.
I'll tell you, Cooter, just my opinion. I don't trust anything that she says because
Okay.
I started, I tried to keep an open mind. I tried to listen to part of her stuff, but it's like there's something that is not sitting right. And when she is talking about legal issues without any knowledge to back her up, the stuff that's coming out of her mouth is not how it works. So it didn't take me very long to go, okay, there's something wrong with this picture big time. If she was making promises to the Watts family based on the crap she was saying in her first couple of videos, then they were really making a huge mistake to be listening to her. Plus,
Yeah.
she has no legal training. Her career, evidently, isn't it? I can't remember that one channel. Who knows
Wasn't
if
it
it's true?
sales?
What?
Wasn't she doing like sales, like security
Right,
alarms or
like an
something?
MLM. It was like an MLM. I think it was some sort of whatever. Yeah, some kind of sales. So why is she even discussing anything legal? She has no business trying to explain anything to anybody about how the process works. No business whatsoever. And the stuff that
She
was coming
sounds
out,
like a used car salesman up there rambling.
well, the stuff that was coming out of her
Do
mouth
you
is,
buy it? Do you buy it? Do you believe it?
well, and then I started to correct in different on different channels. I'd say, you guys, she's talking about an appeal, but then she's also talking about a 35C. There's a difference. And nobody knew there was a difference until I started saying, yeah, there's a difference, I mean, it's a simple Google search, but I guess nobody, cares to check into it because they'd rather pay $1.99 to listen to her, right? And, so I started getting it out there saying, okay, she's not making sense because I mean, I don't want to really get into the whole breakdown of it, but the 35C is for post-conviction relief. So what, the best case scenario, they might be able to get some sort of a hearing to determine whether or not his sentence was too harsh or whatever. Like, let's say the death penalty thing, if he would have gotten the death penalty and then they changed the law, they could have somehow done whatever to adjust, blah, blah, blah. But then she's like, oh yeah, we're going to make the prosecutor do this. And we're going to make the prosecutor do that. That isn't how it works, She's like, oh yeah, we're going to have a full trial. And yeah, Chris wants me to sit right at the defense table right next to him.
Yeah, and she's making a lot of pretty heavy promises she can't keep. The couple times ago she had said that she was gonna. Everyone's like, "Do you think we'll be able to talk to Chris?" And she's like, "Yeah, I think so." And then the next week she says that she got reprimanded for talking to him. Remember that? So that was like
Right.
Yeah.
her excuse to say, "Oh yeah, we're not going to be able to talk to Chris because I just got in trouble because he wasn't supposed to be doing this. So he's getting punished for this, that, and the other."
Right.
She's got an excuse for everything.
And I'll tell you just my opinion. If he had any sliver of a chance of any appeal or any 35C, I think she is actively, this is my opinion, I think
Yeah,
she
she
is
shouldn't be doing this on YouTube. She should not be doing this on YouTube.
I think she is actively attempting to sabotage his chances at any sliver of any chance of any post-conviction relief.
Technically, wouldn't this be like hindering like the investigation if she's over here fucking
No.
uncovering shit that he's supposedly telling her about secret stuff about the case?
No, there is no
And
investigation.
here's another thing. If she's talking to him, how come he hasn't told her what happened? How come nobody has been able to get out of Chris what's really happened?
I don't
Like,
think
nobody
she's
can really
talking
say.
to him. I don't think she's talking to him at this point.
But
But
you get what I mean? Like, she can't answer simple questions.
But I personally, I've said this before, I think that the prosecutor and law enforcement, I think they probably have watch parties, and I think they pop the popcorn, crack open an adult beverage, and enjoy the show because they're probably laughing their butts off at everything that she says. Every time she pulls any of her BS, I think she's actually harming not only Christopher Watts, but also his family. And I don't think they get that. I don't think they get that. But
Well, it seems
I
like
don't.
Chris is.
Go ahead.
Oh, it just seems like Chris is more worried what people think about him or his reputation than what actually happened.
I'm not sure that's the case, Cooter. I know that's the narrative that's been going on. I do think he is probably on the Aspies spectrum, and I think he's very methodical. and I think that he's probably not one for drama, not one for reading other people's.
Well, and isn't he confused as to why the public thinks he killed his children?
That was back before he took the plea deal. He knows what he pleaded to.
I know, but still, you know what I mean? Like, how is there any confusion in that? You know, if you supposedly confess to all this shit, how wouldn't you think they might think that about you?
The way he's saying it to his parents is that he decided to take responsibility for it.
Right, but you get what I mean, you know? Like, he's like surprised that they think he killed the kids. I mean,
well, he was
with all the shit out
surprised.
here.
The point of his surprise was when he was still in jail before the plea deal. And the point of his surprise was when he saw it on television at one point, because pretty much he was kept away from any television coverage.
Yeah, they kept him isolated from
And
everything.
when he saw it, you know, many, many weeks later, when he saw it on television, this is how it was told to me by Cindy, is that when he saw it on television, that it shocked him that he was being accused of killing Bella and Cece. He didn't realize that. Well, how did he not realize that? He has the charge codes. He has the arrest.
Well, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
Like, hello.
Yeah. But I think that if he isn't Aspie, I think he's very sheltered, very methodical, very, very much a good mechanic. Probably some sort of a mechanical genius.
And you can't trust anybody who's supposedly talking to him or doing whatever. You can't trust anything that comes out of these people's mouth that you can't research yourself.
So if anybody cares about what somebody else thinks of him, I think he'd be probably one of the least likely candidates for that, because I think he cares about how machines work, and I think he cares about order and having a clean surroundings and being methodical. Like, I don't think he spends too much of his energy giving a rat's tail what anybody thinks of him.
Lorraine Gilmore says, didn't go to trial. He pled guilty because he was guilty.
Thank you, Lorraine. Let's put that up on the screen. There we go. That's got to be it. I mean, he's obviously...
Yep, we've wasted 2 years of nothing talking about this. You just cracked the case, Lorraine.
Well, on that note, I think we should all just, sit back and, I don't know, maybe we should talk about other stuff.
Oh, man.
I'm sorry. I wish I could be funnier. That's a lot of people have that opinion. He pleaded guilty. He must be guilty, right? But there are cases where people will plead guilty when they are not guilty, especially if they spent 8 years trying to cover up for their wife's behavior. That's back to the battered male thing,
Well, Brendan Dassey, I believe he would probably be a good example.
Exactly, Cooter. That's a really good example, because weren't there 100,000 people who signed a petition to get Stephen Avery and Brendan Dassey out of prison? So it's okay. So. It's totally okay to say that Brendan Dassey pleaded guilty, even though he wasn't guilty, or he didn't plead guilty, but he confessed, right? So it's okay to get 100,000 people together to say, oh, well, but he was coerced, but it's not okay to say anything like that about Christopher Watts. But I'll tell you, I've spoken with Brendan Dassey's mother. She's a very nice person. She's a very nice person who wanted the truth, just like Cindy Watts, okay? She wanted the truth. She wanted to know what went on. She was one gutsy person who wanted to know the truth. She wasn't hiring people on social media to be mean to Miss Mensa.
Very true.
I really hope things turn around for the Watts family. I really hope that people start being more vocal about their support for Cindy and Ronnie Watts, because they don't deserve what's been happening to them for 2.5 years. They don't deserve it at all.
I agree with that.
Yeah, they seem like they're good, kind-hearted people.
I know, sometimes I just want to say, like, oh,
They don't like confrontation. You can tell they're not those type of people.
Right.
You can just tell.
Right.
And I actually seen something. I was able to pinpoint it It was in the messages with Molly Golightly, and she was basically talking about the Watts, and she was giving Golightly the script and wanting to go after Cindy, and Molly Golightly was concerned with going after the Watts, and she said, "Oh yeah, they're nothing to worry about. They don't do nothing. They ain't nothing to worry about. Trust me."
Well,
So, but supposedly, they raised the fucking murderer, the scary murderer that killed your daughter. But don't worry about them. Go after them, talk shit about them. They're not a threat. They won't do nothing.
well, AD, the armchair detective, said one time that
Uh,
the way he said it was that he was told to say some bad things about Cindy Watts, and he said he wasn't going to without having proof that
I
it was.
remember that, and then that's when they started. That's when they started attacking him.
That's what AD said. That's what the armchair detective said. Was when they started, saying bad things about him. Okay, Claire says Brendan has a really low IQ, though. And here's another thing about the narrative that you're hearing, Claire. We're supposed to believe that Christopher Watts has he has such a high IQ. Well, I think he has a very high mechanical genius type IQ, okay? I think mechanically speaking, he's gifted. I don't think he's gifted otherwise.
Yeah, his street smarts are slim to none.
And even his intelligence quotient, because if you look at it, he signed a lease for Alexis for a very high payment every month, and then he stood there listening to his wife say that she earned it.
And he also believed her when she said that she was sending the payment to the wrong address for the HOA dues for God knows how long. Like,
So
come on.
I think when it comes to tearing apart the engine in the family car, I think he's probably a genius. But I think when it comes to how to pay the HOA or even what the HOA letters stood for, I think he's a clueless twit, quite frankly. I mean, in fairness to him, he grew up in a home where people were honest with each other. Okay? He never would have believed, I think, with his upbringing, that anybody would be lying about whether or not they made a house payment or paid the HOA dues. I don't think that would even be in his realm of thinking.
Or even with the illnesses, lying about that stuff. Nobody wants to think that somebody would lie about those things. You give people the benefit of the doubt if you're a genuinely good person. You know what I mean? And then, you figure things out as you go.
Right, exactly. And I think that it was just all too much. If he's taking care of the kids, working full time, getting basically dehumanized with all the name calling and, having to do everything just right because he's afraid of her temper, right? Afraid of her mood, afraid of whatever. I think he was exhausted, and I think he pretty much stopped thinking at some point. I do.
yeah,
I think
no,
he was a battered.
no, I could see that because when I was married to my ex-wife, like taking care of her, taking care of her kids and everything, and it exhausted me to the point I did go nuts. So
You
no, I
do.
could see that happening.
And that's known. If it's a situation where it's a battered wife, that's a known tactic that an abusive husband will use, is to use sleep deprivation to help stay in control of your wife. Keep her pregnant, keep her working, keep her cleaning, keep her doing everything, and keep her up all night fighting.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then pretty soon, where do they get the energy to say, wait a minute, this is too much, this is wrong, I've got to stand up for myself? They don't. They just keep trying to get the house clean and do the laundry, and and that's one of the tactics. Just like isolation is one of the tactics. He was away from his support network. And I don't think that was by accident, I think she wanted him to be away from his support network.
Oh, she did a good job getting him out there in Colorado.
Yeah. So are you guys getting tired?
A little bit.
I am too. I think I'm glad, Honey Badger, that you like were able to express your opinions. And to you guys in the chat, I mean, I want you guys to know, and I think you already do, but I'll go ahead and say it anyway. There's no part of any of us here, any of us, up on panel with our discussion and everything. There's no part of any of us that expects you to believe what we believe, or, you know, we all have different opinions. We all have different views and different research that we've conducted or different information that we've received. We all come, you know, from all sorts of different directions here, right? And we're all exploring and thinking and discussing and sharing what we think. If one of us gets something off, big flippin' deal. Because you know what? This case is the most confusing case I've ever seen. And I've been doing true crime cases for over 12 years. This case is absolutely confusing. Every time we get one piece of information, then we get two other pieces of information that totally go against the first bit. If somebody gets off, you know, I don't even know how many miles or which town or whatever, big flippin' deal. And Honey Badger, that was confusing to begin with. That whole thing with coordinates, right? Or
Well,
what's it
I'm still gonna look into that. Like I said, they got me worked up, so I think I'm gonna bring some of that discovery report with me on the road. I'll be ready to shoot some daggers on Friday.
So let's do that. Let's look forward to, you want to, well, if you're getting home on Friday, do you want to plan on Saturday instead of Friday?
Oh no, I'm not getting home on Friday. I'll be home before Friday, but I mean,
Okay.
that's when we talked about actually going through some stuff.
Yeah, let's go ahead and figure on Friday, and then knowing me, I'll probably pop on once or twice in between just to say hi. So how's that sound, everybody? You wanted, like, I guess, forgive us if we got something like in the wrong town.
Yeah, like if I make a mistake, don't feel like I'm not against. I make mistakes. I'm not always right. And sometimes I'll have things in my head and I speak faster than the way my mind is moving. And there's so many details of this case that I might get things confused. So feel free to correct me. Like I'm not trying to be right about anything. Like I want to really know what happened. You know, I want to put the pieces together, and I like the fact that we can all actually do this together.
Exactly. And if you disagree with something, always feel free to hop up on the panel and say, hey, I disagree and this is why. And the same thing to the channel creator who felt the need to make that video. We have an open panel. Everybody's welcome. All opinions are welcome. So maybe the next time, instead of creating a video so that you can have a bunch of shit comments hating on people, how about you jump up on the panel and discuss it like adults do? And on that note, I want to say thank you, Cooter. Thank you, Honey Badger. And
Bye, Cooter. I'll see you Friday, love.
All right, sounds good, ladies.
so we'll
Bye,
see you
Mensa.
next. We'll see. Bye-bye. We'll see you next
Bye,
Friday.
everybody
Then.
in chat. Love you guys. Have a good week.
Yep. Everybody have a safe week. And I'll do my little ditty here where I say, be safe, be healthy, and know that you are loved. And seriously, guys, thanks so much for being here. We really think it's cool. I think it's really cool that we're actually discussing this case, even though there are certain people evidently who think it's okay to tell us that we're not supposed to, you know, have permission or the freedom or the right to discuss a true crime case. We know better. And we're going to stand up for our right to discuss the case of Christopher Watts with or without anybody's permission. We're not doing anything wrong, because what we care about is that two little girls were murdered in what should have been the safety of their own home. And if we can learn from this case so that other children can be safe in the future, then you know what? Good for us. Good for us. We not only have the right and the freedom to discuss true crime cases, we have the duty, we have the responsibility to discuss true crime cases for Bella and Cece Watts.